No, Lady Shell, you shouldn't hear any sound.
All right, all right. So we'll get started here shortly. Wanted to thank everybody for showing up for our first stream game we've done in a long time. I just kind of threw away a lot of stuff I had in the past and got together some newer stuff as far as the overlay goes. And we're going to do a one shot in Waterdeep, and it kind of loosely has a theme of Halloween. The adventure takes place in Waterdeep right after the heist and right before the Mad Mage comes out. So this will kind of segue into the Mad Mage if it was to ever continue. So I want to introduce the participants and the players. So I'm going to go down the list. We're going to start with our first participant here, and you guys know him as Havoc. Havoc?
Hi, everyone.
Hey, so you want to tell us a little bit about your character?
Today I am playing a Wood Elf Rogue who is a little bit on the flashy side.
All right. How about you, Sergeant? Um, what are you playing today, and what is your Discord ID?
I go by Gunner Bondo. I'm playing Sergeant Bot Knack Verity. He goes by Knack. He has a knack of getting himself in trouble. He's a fighter. He's pretty greasy. Strong morals. Sticks to the code, but at the same time, it's not a very good code.
And Brymir, how about you?
My Discord name is Hehop. I'll be playing Bramir. He is a lawful good cleric human. Very dogmatic in his view of the world and religion in general, and adheres very closely to those tenets.
All right. And Felicity.
Hi, I'm playing Felicity Filigree, which is played by Fury Fate. I should have said that first. Anyways, she is an Eladrin sorceress who thinks very highly of herself and lesser of everybody else in the party.
Okay, how about you, Kilgrave?
This is Skill Coil, and I am playing Kilgrave, a half elf conquest paladin of Kelimvor. He is a very also dogmatic person, believes that mercy is a weakness and that people who do ill deserve the worst possible treatment.
And how about last but not least, Zayla?
Hey, I'm Bunny on Discord, and I'm playing Zayla Trusong, who is an half-elf bard from the College of Lore, and she's really optimistic while still having a really deep need to try to prove herself and to be better than she was the day before, and just really trying to get along with people and solve mysteries.
All right, cool. And I am DM Layron. You guys all know me in FGC. I'm one of the community members, and I'm the DM tonight. I'm going to start off with the party meeting on the outside of a very kind of a well-known establishment in Waterdeep. It is a really nicely laid out tavern that was once a warehouse. And it is one of the places where people go when they don't want to spend a whole bunch of money, but it is not scummy. And it has a lot of good qualities to the inn. And you guys have traveled far and wide to show up at this place. Some of you by luck, some of you by method. But we're going to go ahead and start off in the streets of Waterdeep. And there are a lot of festivities going on because very soon the high harvest tide is going to take place, and everybody in the city is getting ready for this. So the time of the year is in the end of the summer, in the in the harvest, towards the fall. And I'm going to set this in here for you guys. So it is the year 1489 DR, first day of high harvest tide, and it is 11 a.m. in the afternoon. You all have come to this place to relax, possibly even follow up on some rumors, or maybe you just happen to pass by. There's been a lot of activity here lately, and less than a week ago, there was a bunch of people that had come in here looking for adventure, and there was a big brawl outside of the tavern. And so now the city guard and the city watch has decreed that they were going to keep a couple people around to keep the activity down, make sure that it's not going to become a big brawl fest. So at any rate, we're going to start off at the Dripping Dagger Inn, and it is kind of a watering hole for many different types of people that come through Waterdeep. A lot of them tend to be adventurers or mercenaries or even the occasional disguised refugee. So it's one of those places where you would want to go when you need to rest and kind of get out of the touristy parts of town. As you approach the tavern, you notice that there is a tall, wide, and stout door in front of the inn of the Dripping Dagger. It is considered to be centuries old, though it has been replaced over the years. Board by board, metal plate by metal plate, as various parts have worn out over time. So for all this time, it has been an unusually large but overweighted and easily open front door. Nothing more. So this big doorway is sitting out front of the tavern. You notice a City Watch guard out front and a couple patrons going in and out. So this is where we're going to start the adventure. So all of you are approaching this establishment. It is daytime still. And I'm going to share an image with you just to give you a rough idea of the the overall look of the city. This is a scene that comes out of the Dragon Heist module. So I'm going to share that with you guys. So this is kind of what it would look like from the harbor. You guys would be over to the far right if you were going to look at this from a map point of view. And up on top is the main castle, Waterdeep Castle, and this is a viewpoint from the ocean. So if you arrive by boat, this is what you would see as you're approaching the city. I'm going to also share with you some images that have to do with the area itself. So I'm going to give you just a rough idea of what Waterdeep might look like from the street view. So as you're walking down the street, this is the type of environment you see when you're walking down. There's these big, tall, wide cobbles. It almost looks like they'd be uncomfortable for horses to walk on. And there's quite a few ruts and spaces in between the bricks. And there are some that look like they need repair. The inn is just down the way, and you notice a bunch of children playing. The birds are out, insects are flying around. Sounds pretty much like a very casual day, and it is absolutely gorgeous. Even though it's not as warm as it was previously, the autumn coolness and the sunshine just makes this a perfect day to be outside. So there's people out sweeping and gathering up parcels of vegetables and fruits. There's wagons going by on horseback. there's tons of people out and about doing things. So you come up to this inn and you notice this big, huge doorway, and it looks pretty interesting. And you see a guard kind of standing there at the doorway. Kind of looks pretty casual. He's got his back leaned against the wall. And as you approach, two other guards come out and they talk with him, and then they go back inside. So, and there's a few patrons going in and out too. It doesn't look like there's any trouble or anything. So anybody anybody have anything to say or want to do anything? Havoc?
And this is where we're supposed to be?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hear you if you answered.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So then I'm going to bid a good day to the guard and I'm going to walk inside.
Okay. So you walk inside and you are welcomed by the smell of fresh foods and a lively group of patrons. How about you, Sergeant?
I would finish my pipe as I was walking down the street, walk inside after emptying it out,
Okay.
and find a nice spot that had an open table if possible.
Okay. As you walk in, you notice this. Are you cloaked there, Havoc?
No, I just
Okay.
walked straight in.
Okay. You notice a variety of patrons, and you have probably about a dozen people in here having drinks or eating or talking. So that's what you notice when you first walk in. It's kind of got that old world feel to it. The tables are big, heavy oak tables. There's a fireplace that's kind of smoldering off to the side in front of you, and over to your right is the bar. You notice another table of patrons playing some kind of game, and you also smell the food, and the promise of ale kind of wafts through the entranceway. What about you, Vermeer?
Yeah, I think Vermeer would probably stop and just talk to the guard a little bit. He would probably ask him if there has been any suspicious activity or any trouble in the last day. And depending on the answer, would follow the other party members into the inn.
Okay. So he kind of looks at you dumbfounded, like, huh, you know, he scratches his head, takes his helmet off temporarily, and scratches his scalp. Looks probably dry from wearing the helmet. It looks like there's been a little bit of trouble here lately. There was a brawl here about a week ago, right outside of the tavern. It was actually very bloody. And only recently, there's been a strange happening on this doorway here. So apparently, when you walk through the doorway, there's some sort of I don't know, like a voice. And this isn't something new, apparently. I just got on the job today. I've been assigned by the High Marshal to patrol this area, and we have come here to investigate what is going on with all these voices that are being heard. Generally, it happens right here at the doorway. So he's kind of scratching his head, looking up. He looks like he's examining the door frame itself.
So, are you telling me that this inn is haunted and that this doorway is the source?
He looks at you kind of incredulously. He says, I don't know, but one thing for sure is I haven't heard anything. So he kind of looks like a doubter from his body language.
Okay, so I'm just going to reach into my pouch and flip him a gold piece and say, if you hear something from the door and I'm still available, come and fetch me immediately.
Oh, okay, great. He pockets the coin kind of greedily. He looks around to make sure none of his peers are looking, because I don't think they're allowed to accept bribery. At least that's what it would appear from the outside. But he says, I'll make sure that I get in touch with you as soon as I find anything else out. What is your name? My name is Thanos.
Good day, Thanos. My name is Vermeer. And I
Nice
would
to meet you. Well
shake his
met.
hand, and then I would bid him adieu and head into the inn with the rest of the
Okay.
people.
Felicity.
Okay. One quick question:
Sure.
Do I have a retainer with me or not?
They're probably left wherever you were staying previously. So they're either on a boat or they're in another hotel or a room or something like that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So Felicity walking down that street, kind of scrunching her nose, thinking this is so dirty and filthy and beneath me, but I will make the best I can, you know, of the situation. We'll walk in casually into the bar, wearing her gloved hands, pushing the door open and thinking this is so dirty. And of course, looks around for the people she's supposed to be meeting up with.
Okay. So you're looking around and you notice inside that the tavern is starting to fill up, or the inn. There's a barkeeper to your right cleaning glasses and serving drinks. A couple barmaids. A table of patrons to your far right seem to be enjoying a game of dice. And it looks like a random bunch of different people showing up in this area. It is rumored that the drinks here are fairly cheap, and they are worth the time for money. So if you want to hold on to your money, this is a place to go. Kilgrave.
Kilgrave will be heading down from the north on his trusty steed, his direwolf Fang, and approach the inn. He'll dismount and kind of place his forehead against the forehead of his wolf and just tell him telepathically to keep an eye out while he's inside. Let him know if there's any issue. He's basically in full armor regalia, sans helmet, where he's got his dark black hair kind of pulled up in a tight leather strap. And he walks up, seeing the guard there, kind of cocks an eye and says, Sir Killen of House Grave, why are you posted outside this inn? I've come to get something to drink, and the yawning portal was just too packed.
He looks at you and obviously looks at you like you might be of some importance, but he does ask you kind of an annoying question. May I see your papers of pedigree, sir?
My papers of pedigree. Of course. You see, Kilgrave literally has a little pouch right at his belt. He reaches in, and first of all, before he even unfolds it, he shows him his signet ring of his house, and then he flips it open,
Okay.
kind of looking down at him now from his nose.
He kind of looks a little ignorant, as if probably he doesn't know your house, but he is showing you the respect, even though he asked you an annoying question. It's almost like being carded when you're already 21.
Right.
So he looks at you and he's looking you up and down, and he looks at the pedigree and he says, Well, all things seem to be in order, sir. I am Thanos. How may I serve you?
Yes, Sir Killen of House Graves, as I said. Nice gauntlet, by the way.
Thank you.
You know what seems to be the issue that there needs to be armed guard, city watch here at a reasonably lowly tavern.
Well, there's been a lot of issues here lately. Only last week there was a large fight here. And recently there's been some strange happenings right at this very inn in this doorway. Apparently, when someone walks through, it makes some kind of strange sound. And I have never heard it, but some people say that some of the uh, phrases that it says at random correspond to events that have actually occurred in the city. So we are investigating the validity of it, but we're also providing some muscle and security for the tavern, because as of late, it's been become nothing but a place of ill will and fighting. And my watch captain will be here in a while. So if you need to know more than that, you can ask her.
Yes, well, I'll be inside. Once they arrive, have them come give us a full debrief.
Very well.
And
He bows to you.
Kilgrave gives him a slight nod, heads inside to.
He opens the door for you.
He looks around to see if he sees anyone he recognizes.
As you look inside, you notice a bunch of random patrons. Not too many people that you notice. A lot of commoners and patrons that probably come here every day, and a few random people. And to your right is the bar and a table full of patrons playing a game of dice.
I'll head over there.
Which way?
To the bar.
Okay. And last but not least, Zayla, you are in the bar currently. You've been staying here for about a week, and you have not had much luck getting anyone to pay attention to what you're trying to do or what you're saying. And the last group of people that you had spoken to had abandoned your quest and had deemed that it would be too dangerous.
All right. Then Zayla would probably be sitting at the bar with a bit of a tired expression as she's looking at the barkeep who she's probably well acquainted with at this point in time. And she's also been paying attention as people have been coming in. She's just like half drinking while mostly paying attention to everybody as they're entering the inn.
Okay. All right. So you do notice a bunch of new faces entering the inn. It appears that the festival has drawn in a lot of people, and you have also heard this rumor of the voice. Now, you were here when the voice activated, but you did not witness it. So you were upstairs in your room.
Okay. She'd make sure to look over each of the people coming in to see if they're just festival goers or people who are here with a purpose.
Okay. Okay. So basically, I'm going to share this map with you guys. And this is the inside of the Inn of the Dripping Dagger. I'll give you a few moments to resize it. And if you wish, once the map is up, go ahead and place your tokens on the grid where you'd like them to be.
Oh, in fact, I'd actually be on this side so I could see the.
So all of the other tokens, other than the barmaid and the bartender, are patrons. They appear to be dressed kind of in their finest threads, and they appear to be having a good time. Everybody's kind of laughing and talking until you guys show up, and then it starts to get quiet. And everyone kind of settles down as you guys start filling in the tavern. So whatever conversations they had going on before, they've kind of lowered it down. And you get the occasional nervous stare from the patrons.
It'd be a good time for me to break out the cards.
So anybody have a request or some sort of place you would like to hole up?
Kilgrave, as soon as he notices them getting quieter in the tavern, is gonna look around and say, "No need to stop your fun on our account. Continue. 1 round on me," and I'll go up and throw 4 gold onto
Okay.
the bar. Tell the bartender to get everybody around.
All right. So he's pretty happy with that amount of gold. And he says, "Big spender." And he looks at Zayla with a wink.
She grins back at him, and then she'll turn her head and look at Kilgrave, and she'll say, "Yeah, don't take it personally. They're a bit wary of newcomers after, I think it was 2 to 3 tables got broken, along with a window and numerous stools. But don't worry, they'll calm down, especially after your generous contribution to their drinking."
Was there? Seems like the ruckus has gotten a bit more in the last few days. What do you guys know about this talking door?
Honestly, I haven't personally experienced it, at least not yet. I mean, I was upstairs when it happened the first time, so I'm as curious and in the dark as you.
It's very odd. I look to the bartender. What about you? You heard it?
He nods. I didn't hear it this time, but I've heard others. And it's becoming an issue here.
And does anyone told you what it said when they've passed through it specifically?
Well, there's been more than just what it said. If you've got a bit, and he kind of sits down and he starts telling you this story about how different people at different times over the years have come through the doorway and they have heard different sayings and phrases. And he can tell you a couple that he remembers and that have been recent.
All right.
Okay. So he kind of goes into this story, and the rest of you, as you're ordering drinks and getting comfortable, you notice that the entire inn starts getting quiet, and the bartender starts to tell the story about how the inn has been becoming haunted, and various people have reported different strange sayings. So he says, recently, the door had begun to whisper like some short and menacing sentences. Why? I don't know. But it's very cryptic, whatever these utterances are. I mean, I have no idea what they mean, but they could be warnings, it sounds like, or maybe directions that might lead somewhere. I mean, that's what I think and what others have said. Whose voice is coming from the door? We don't know. So he kind of likes the idea that the notoriety kind of brings people in from far and wide. But his wife and daughters kind of want the door to be silenced or even destroyed. So what will happen though if someone were to damage it or break it? Would it kill his business or would it bring out the wrath of a vengeful spirit? He doesn't know. So those are the things that have occurred on the haunting side of things. And he said there's been a lot of adventurers coming through here looking for something to do or some kind of payment to do an adventure for or a quest for different people. But for the main part, not too many people are getting along. And one of the things that was said at the doorway was this. So he said 2 more are still hidden in Undermountain. And that's what the door had said. And that's been the most recent one. There have been others, such as the eels ate him. So look for the ring deep in the eel. Nobody knows what that means. But there was a strange body found washed up in the harbor, and it looked like he'd been devoured by eels. And the city watch and the captain of the guard have been taking this seriously, even though a lot of these things cannot be accounted for. And thank you for the gold, by the way. He smiles at at Kilgrave and Zayla.
Yes, yes. This is rather interesting. Let me try something. And Kilgrave gets up for a second, and I'm assuming this is the door here.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm gonna walk over here, and Kilgrave reaches up and grabs his amulet of Kelimvor that's around his neck. He whispers a few words, and then his eyes kind of glow over white. The pupils disappear as he uses his divine sense to see if he can see any evil, undead, anything red ring.
Normally, when you use this special power that you have from your teachings, you would get this gnawing, aching feeling in your stomach. It'd almost make you feel kind of sick. In this case, you don't get that feeling. And matter of fact, you don't get anything.
Odd. He kind of releases the amulet, looks at his hands for a second.
Again, you hear this voice, and everyone here is bear witness. A loud, booming voice says, 2 more are still hidden in Undermountain.
I take a few steps back.
So everyone is kind of freaking out.
Yeah.
Like some of the patrons stand up from their tables.
I reach down from one of the straps where my helmet is hooked on, and I slam it on my head and draw my sword.
Well, it just appears like that voice came from the door, as if somebody had walked over and said something in it. And the barkeep is kind of smiling, but he's kind of backing up a little. So he's moved down the bar.
You all heard that, right?
A lot of the people in there are saying, yeah. So a lot of the patrons are in agreement. So at that moment, there's a big pounding on the door. And everyone kind of freaks out for a second. And then they realize it's the watch captain.
Zayla looks noticeably disappointed. And she's like, oh, drat.
So he comes walking in the door. And he's got 2 guards with him. One of them is Thanos from outside. He points to Kilgrave. And then he nods in the direction towards Felicity. So he walks over.
I nod.
Huh? You nod to him?
I nod to the captain as he approaches.
Okay. So he looks you up and down, and he says, "Hello there, Kilgrave. Pleased to meet you." He nods and he kind of kneels down and polishes his what do you call it? His boots. They've got a lot of scuffing. Anybody anything to say?
I have a question. Has Zayla met this particular man before?
No, but he does look familiar. He had been here before, after that big brawl,
Right. Okay.
and he
She'll
was
just give
asking
him
questions.
okay. She'll just give him a sheepish wave,
Okay.
but she won't really say anything.
Yeah, he nods at her. But for some reason, he seems to notice one of the other patrons sitting next to another individual. And he walks over and he says, "Lady Filigree."
She just stares him down. Hello, Captain. It's so nice to see you today.
"What brings you to this part of town?"
Oh, just following some trails, picking up some rumors from my missing friend.
He kind of looks at you kind of up and down and he says, "I missed you at the last party."
Oh, did you? I'm so sorry I wasn't able to be there. I'm sure you must have found company with somebody else, though.
He kind of looks around, embarrassed, and he says, "Actually not." And he kind of walks back to the doorway. He looks a little disappointed.
And of course, she's indifferent to his feelings.
So we've all heard this voice now.
Yes.
I can't seem to. It doesn't seem to be an undead haunting because I couldn't feel anything.
Mhm.
Is there anyone here that can examine this door magically?
I can examine it physically, says Knack.
Yes, well, we could burn the whole place down, but I'd like to know something first.
I guess I can.
Oopsie. What happened?
They all got real scared and hit the walls.
Or they're getting ready to dance or something on the bar.
Yeah. Everybody dance now. Okay.
Yeah. Zayla will kind of like offer her hand. Though she realizes that she's kind of swinging around the tanker that she had in it, and she quickly sets it down.
Huh.
And then she'll say, I think I can help just a little bit. I have some Snoopy magic, so maybe I can.
Very well. So the watch, the guard, he kind of steps back.
Can I use detect magic?
Sure.
And I'll just do it as a ritual because, you know.
Okay. Okay. As you examine the door, you have people kind of crowding around, looking to see what's going on. Everybody's kind of in awe, and they appear to be kind of like wondering what the heck is going on here. The guards are kind of crowding around as well. So they're trying to kind of keep an eye on things, make sure that you don't get too overly crowded. And the Waterdeep town guard walks up to Havoc. He says, "You there, can you please stand back?"
But I'm helping.
He kind of goes, "Okay, well, you're on your own then. If anything happens, I cannot protect you."
Oh, my good man, I will be protecting you.
He kind of gives you a dirty look. Okay, the watch captain comes over and he says, "Well, I don't see anything going on here, so we'll be leaving shortly." And as he says that, Zayla, you notice that the door does have a very faint tinge of magic.
Awesome. What school is it from?
It is the School of Divination.
She's like, ooh, guys, we have our first clue. This magic was from the School of Divination. I'm not sure what spell it is, but we can make some educated guesses.
All right. So with her knowledge and her detecting this divination magic, the watch sword comes over and says, "Well, if you find out the origin or what exactly the spell, please inform us, and I will be waiting outside." And
Sounds
so
like a plan.
he and one of the other guards goes outside. Thanos stays in. And Thanos has had his eye on you for the last week since you've been staying here, Zayla.
Oh, darn.
You got a boyfriend.
He kind of saunters up. He says, "Are you going to go to the parade?"
No. There's a mystery right here. How can I even think about a parade? There could be things under the mountain, there could be things in the water. Like, the parade is the least interesting thing going on in Waterdeep right now. Okay, not the least. Going out with you to drink would be the least, but you know what I mean.
He kind of looks embarrassed, and he goes back to the bar.
Damn, these boys are getting shot down left and right.
Yeah, Felicity, you're watching this, maybe even with amusement or annoyance.
Oh yeah, no, this is amusing.
Zayla's gonna turn and look at Havoc, and she's gonna say, Do you know a lot of magic?
Not a tiny bit.
Perfect.
Okay, so the watch captain and his other walk outside. The door shuts, and again, the booming voice. This time, the barkeeper points towards the doorway and says, "That's the voice. That's the one we keep hearing. That's the most recent one." And the guard that just Thanos, who just walked over to the bar, orders himself a drink. And if anyone's watching him, you can visibly see his hand shaking.
So 2 more are still hidden in Undermountain.
Mm-hmm.
Now, being from Waterdeep, I am probably pretty familiar with the Yawning Portal.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only known entrance to Undermountain.
Yep.
Maybe we should travel to the Yawning Portal and see if they know anything.
That's an option. Who also all wants to go? We can make a huge, like, almost field trip out of it. Almost, except, me might not come back.
You're
Knack
very
wonders if-
excitable.
Knack wonders if we should take the door with us.
It's a pretty big door.
She's gonna point at Brimir, and she's gonna say, "He looks really strong. He could probably carry it."
Thanos comes over and he looks at you, Zayla, and he looks like he's about to pee his pants. He looks ghost white.
What's wrong?
He's sweating. He looks embarrassed. And he says, his teeth through chattering teeth. He's like, I can't stand this. And I don't want to be here anymore. And he looks like he's getting ready to abandon his station.
Killen puts a gauntleted hand on his shoulder and squeezes and tells him to calm down, son. Everything will be all right.
He kind of looks at you and kind of gives you a half smile. He just looks like he's really kind of freaked out about what's been happening. And he relays a tale that he didn't want to say anything about because of his superiors. But since they're outside, I guess it could be okay. And he mentions that to you guys.
Yes. Enlighten us.
He says, well, there was this woman. And he describes this beautiful woman that he kind of looks at Felicity and nods at her. And he says, she kind of reminds me of that woman. And he points at Felicity. But she was here. It wasn't her, but it looked like her. I'm not sure. I thought it was her when she first came in, but it's not. The woman that I saw had dark hair. She wore a hooded cloak. And she came in, and she had a very strange demeanor to her.
Felicity, perking up as he describes the woman, steps forward to ask, did she have any tattoos on her face? Or markings?
He's like really surprised you're talking to him, for one. Secondly, he kind of nods like, nope, I didn't see her face too well. I know she was a woman because she had a kind of a raspy-ish voice, but it was beautiful. But not as beautiful as Zayla's. But it was, and he looks really embarrassed, like his face gets very red. He didn't even mean to say that.
Oh,
To the
please,
point,
man
man.
up.
Why does it have you scared now that you saw a woman?
Well, it isn't so much that I saw a woman, although all of you doubt that. It's what she said.
Spit it out, man.
Well, she put out this theory about the Whispering Door. That's what we call it, the Whispering Door. She kind of thought that maybe, I don't know. I think that she had tried to report this to the watch, but when we came, she was no longer to be found for questioning. And until now, I haven't said anything because I'm really not supposed to be saying anything. He kind of starts like looking around, making sure that the patrons aren't overhearing anything. And he says, I will tell you, but we have to go back to the table. I don't want to say this out loud in front of everybody.
All right, I'll kind of haul him back to this empty table back here.
Also, DM, could I do an history check or an arcana check to see if she remembers any lore about potential objects being able to sing relating to divination or some sort of rituals and stuff like that?
Sure.
Would you like history or arcana, or what would you like?
Let's do a history check first. Okay, so the door was imported from somewhere, not from the Sword Coast. So the construction of the door is kind of strange. Not that you're a carpenter, but you do realize that the information that he told you, it probably has a lot to do with the fact that the door is mystical just in the properties of the wood itself. And
Ah,
you're not quite sure exactly what that means or how it translates. Although there are cultures, like in the dark jungles or in Chult, that use this type of wood to make totems.
oh, okay.
So there's a potential that maybe it was a totem at some point, or maybe the tree was, or maybe the person who made the door had something to do with it.
All right. She'll keep that to herself for now and let the guard get all his stuff out of his system, and then
Okay.
she'll mention it.
Okay.
Yeah. Killen will kind of shoo the serving lady and the few patrons to the other side.
As some of you are walking by, Knack would ask if maybe a little bit of ale would help open his thought.
Fine idea, sir. Let's do that.
All right.
I'd grab an ale and bring it to the table.
Okay. So he goes on to relive the tale. And this happened just a few days before Zayla arrived. And he keeps referring to her as if everything revolves around what she's done. So he keeps looking over to see if she's looking at him, that kind of thing. He feels really embarrassed, but he feels compelled to say. And with a fresh drink in front of him, he sets his helmet on the table and begins to pretty much, tell you the tale that he has heard from the lady and from the patrons that have come in and out. So he says a few things that are really strange around here. Is that, well, that woman, when she came in here, she carried an air to herself that was very charismatic. She was beautiful. She was much older, but beautiful. Her name is, I think, Aluanta? Alureantra. Something like that. Bell Gauntlet. She said she was from Tathir. Maybe even an adventure at one time. But she was looking to hire some adventurers of some sort. And as he's describing this woman, that sounds familiar to you, Zayla. Sounds like the woman who came in here a week ago.
Right, about the kids.
Mm-hmm. So, anyways, she came in, and I guess, anyways, she had spent some time as an adventurer, spent 3 seasons as a bodyguard for some traveling priests of Saloon. She believes that the door's utterances are the warnings of a voice, perhaps one of a dozen of such beings or ghosts that are basically, I don't know, perhaps spirits?
That's a valid point.
And then she went on to say, I don't know, maybe that one of the dozen voices were maybe a servitor of the goddess Saloon. So, either the voice has kind of gone crazy, or it's actually imparting some knowledge, which I have no clue, but she was determined that that's what was going on, and that it was warning us mortals that we might be able to save lives. Or maybe it was just sharing some stories and showering us with Saloon's blessings. Perhaps maybe it was just a reminder of the daily value of venerating the moonlit path for the fragile mortal lives that we have. So he kind of embellishes a little bit at the end.
Yeah.
Well, let's look at the facts. We know that the eels ate him, so look for the ring deep in the eel, and a strange body washed up in the harbor, and he had looked like he had been eaten by. Maybe there was a ring he was wearing that was swallowed by the eel. And we also know this other saying, 2 more are still hidden in Undermountain. So maybe there are 3 rings?
I don't know, but wait a minute. He's like, looks like he's recollecting something. The lady, the one that came in, she had this ring. And he like looks at you and looks at the rest. She had the ring of Saloon. And the man who was found on the shore that is no more had a ring that showed like the moon. So perhaps there is a connection. I thought this whole time it was a coincidence. So he seems very sure that he's figured it out, but the rest of you don't feel as confident.
So Vermeer, who's just been kind of sitting back and taking in all the information, he's going to ask, is the body that was washed up, where was it taken to? And do we know anything about the person that was washed up on shore?
I'm not privy to that information. If you really want to know, you'd have to ask the watch captain.
Knack believes we need to go eel fishing.
I am going to see the watch captain's outside. Yeah,
At least he was.
I'm gonna have Fang urge him in if he's still out there.
Okay. So the watch captain returned. He comes to the door like within a few minutes. He looks a little bit like disturbed. And he looks right at you, Kilgrave.
I smile and wave him.
He walks over to you. And he says, "Yes. You have summoned me?"
We require information that apparently only you have.
And what information is this? And he's looking at his lesser, Thanos.
A man washed up a few days ago wearing a ring with the symbol of the moon on it. Was he identified? And if not, where is his body?
He looks at you and he says, "Well, I can share that information with you, but I cannot do that here. This is not nor the time nor place for that."
And what is the proper time or place, in your opinion, Captain?
Well, So he looks over and he's looking at the rest of the group. And he's kind of looking around and he sees, keeps looking over at Felicity, the watch captain.
What is your worry with the elfin woman?
Oh, nothing. He looks kind of embarrassed.
Pay attention, man.
He's having issue with concentrating. And go ahead.
Knack gets up, goes over to the bar, asks for another ale, comes back, sets it down.
All right.
Killen calls out to Felicity, even though he doesn't know her name, and says, "Ma'am, could you join us for a moment, please?" Kind of waves her over to the table.
He kind of looks like he's anticipating her arrival. Fixes his hair.
Felicity turns around and says, "It's actually Lady Filigree." And she moves back over close to the table.
Okay.
Is
The
there
pleasure
something
is
that
mine.
you need-
Yes. Sir Killen of House Graves. This gentleman, and I reach out and just give him a nice, firm clap on the back with my gauntlet in hand. Seems to not be able to speak, but for looking at you. Could you please get him to concentrate so we can get to the bottom of it?
The watch sword reaches for the new flagon of ale. And he looks around to see who's watching him. And he takes a sip out of it. And there's a big smile on his face of relief.
I kind of put my hand at the bottom of the cup and keep pushing it up, get him to drink more.
He looks at you, and he's kind of like, I don't need help. And he takes a big gulp. And he says, I'm on duty, but these are extreme times. This door has been a very, very difficult task.
Yes, well, your betters are here now to solve it for you. Just give us the information.
Oh. He kind of looks around. Okay, I'll make you a wager.
You waste time, Captain.
I waste my breath then. So he steps up, sets his cup down, and starts to walk away.
Oh,
Thanks
Captain,
for the
please
drink.
don't be like that. Please stay, and I really want to hear what you have to say about this.
He looks over towards you, and he kind of stops, and he says, His two men are befuddled. They have no idea what this guy is doing. Although Thanos kind of does, and he winks over at Zayla. Well, okay. Miss Filigree, I'll stay. So he comes over and sits down in Knack's chair. And he says, Excuse me.
I was asking to see if the lady would like to sit there when I got up. So
My pardon. So he steps back.
Why, thank you for being such a gentleman, sir.
You were saying?
Oh, yes. So this whole time, he's eyeballing Felicity Filigree. And the other guard, the guard with no name, is over at the bar now, ordering himself a drink, since his captain is. And old Thanos as the conversation turns. Okay. So he straightens up, stands over at the end of the table, picks the cup back up that he set down, takes a big drink. I mean, a big sloppy swig. He's got like beer running down the sides of his mustache. You can see sweat forming on his brow a little bit. But he seems to be very, very relaxed now that he's kind of got over the initial shock of meeting all of you and trying to uphold his image. All right. I'm going to tell you guys a story. And I believe it to be true. Now, this is not to be shared with just anybody. And Mr. Graves, your pedigree is one of the reasons why I'm willing to divulge this information. And then he looks at Felicity. And Felicity, you're high enough in the station where I think you can be involved. The rest of you, I think you're worthy as well if you hang out with these two. So he kind of sits back and kind of just sets his hands on the table and looks at each one of you. He says, I'm going to tell you a tale of the scions of the talking door. And he looks over at the whispering door. There were 5. They were visitors at one point who had come with the intentions of just having a few drinks. Alongside with regular guests in this inn, these types of people come in here from time to time, such as yourselves. And they like to hang around and, have drinks and just do their own thing, minding their own business. Well, this was about a year ago. At one point, we had a young man who worked here that was referred to us by the Starry Sky Orphanage. And Zayla?
Yeah, she'll suddenly stop whispering with Havoc in Killsgrave when she hears that, and she's like, wait, what?
It sounds familiar. I think the woman that had spoken to you said that
Yeah.
she worked there.
Yeah, what? This is related?
You're not sure, but it is kind of strange that that name has come up again.
Curiosity is intensifying for Vesa.
So during this afternoon, I was on watch. I was just a lowly guard, and the door had spoke on that one particular night. There were 5 people, such as yourselves, gathered around this very table. And he thumps on the table with his gauntlet. He says, well, when the door spoke, it said something like this. 5 in a room shall find great wealth, in a place where a dragon sits the throne. So only at that point were there 9 other people found in the main room. There was 4 servants, and then 5, I want to say 5, maybe even unacquainted adventurers. They were all standing around, and they gathered together after this door had spoken. Now, none of them knew each other previously. And to be honest, after sunset, this place is pretty much on lockdown for people who have not rented a room. So none of the 5 were acquainted before that night. But they'd already made fast friends of each other by the time the sun tried in vain to warm Waterdeep's cold streets the next morning. So they were up all night drinking, confident that the door was describing those very same 5 people.
So this door is talking about 5 people who discovered a great treasure.
Perhaps.
One thing of note is when I was inspecting the door, I noticed that it's probably made out of a material that's often used for creating totems for ritualistic practices. So maybe the creator or maybe the creator is related to this, or it might just be that the creator happened to use wood that was used in some sort of totemic ritual out there somewhere. Ooh, maybe in the underground, undermountain. And then she's like starts tapping her chin as she like starts contemplating how all this links together.
So the guys that were here, the 5 adventurers, they weren't all guys. There's a couple girls too. They all settled their accounts at the inn, and they left. They left the Dripping Dagger for the depths of Undermountain, is what the story is. So I guess after the the horizon of the sun had just poked above the city limits, the 5 travelers were set upon by cutthroats. I mean, we're talking heavily armed rogues and thieves. There's been no thieves guild in the city for a very, very long time. So whoever they were very well armed and skilled. It appeared that they had been sent to acquire whatever knowledge the travelers had possessed of the talking door. And then they barely slayed these cutthroats, barely at the skin of their teeth. And by the time the sextet had reached the yawning portal, they'd repelled 3 more attacks, in each case surviving with little more than their lives. So after a rest and some reconsidering, the 5 descended reluctantly, never to return. And he looks around, and anyone who did hear that is scared. Now, recently, as a matter of fact this week, the whereabouts of the Scions still remains a mystery, but it is rumored that they've been spotted in and around this here fair city of Waterdeep, wearing the looks of a constantly hunted, always wary like a warrior who sees death lurking in every shadowy corner. They seemed gray with fear, haunted. They had also seemed ignorant of Waterdeep's customs and laws. They acted so strangely, and so they have not even petitioned for an official adventuring charter within the city proper. They didn't go and seek authority or anything to identify them as the scions of the talking door. They seem to have had no clue where their former riches are, or where they're to be found, or even if they had any. And they've only succeeded in coming up with a name for their would-be adventuring band with no evident success. And that is the story of the Scions of the Talking Door. The Scions are now rumored to have moved or relocated in Luskan over Waterdeep as their home base, assuming it to be more like Waterdeep and perhaps more hospitable to their current tastes. They have convinced themselves that the attacks and hauntings will stop now that they've arrived at their new destination. They blame the door, and he looks at the door again. And he kind of like goes over to the fire and stirs the coals a little bit to get the flames to come up. But I believe they were wrong. The Scions have caught the attention of somebody, and that is what I'm looking to find out. The Scions have been judged and capable of fending off minions and unknown adversaries. Much too impatient to wait and see what destiny has in store for the 5 travelers these attackers were. More patient to lurk in the dark and the shadows, and have now chosen to afford the Scions a measure of their wise attentions. So he kind of looks at Felicity as if he's like some great speaker that all he's managed to do is suck down like 2 flagons in like 10 minutes. And he just kind of shuts up after that, deep in thought.
Killen just kind of shakes his head again. That was a lot of words to say what you.
He looks at you. I pray for you, all of you, if you choose to pursue the whims of this preposterous door. And he just looks at that door like it's just horrible. And his little lackey is scared too. And he walks over. We're talking Thanos. He walks over and he sets his hand on Zayla's hand on the table, as if to reassure her that he has a guard, that she has a bodyguard.
I think, maybe you should protect the door or something. Like, maybe it might, walk away, Like, you should keep an eye on it.
He retracts his hand in horror, and he kind of walks away, as if he's been stung by a bee.
She just, like, grumbles on her breath. She's like, gosh, have mercy. Anyway, so what do you guys want to do about this?
Well, I don't understand this woman with the rings, how she's connected to these adventurers, these scions. I mean, if we want to learn more about Undermountain, the Yawning Portal is definitely our destination. But what of this elven woman and the man who was washed up at the harbor?
Well, if we see the lady again, I'm pretty sure, and she tilts her head towards where Lady Filigree is sitting. She's like, either she'll recognize her or I'll recognize her if she's the same lady that had the situation with the orphanage. So, I mean, we can take down two birds with one stone, essentially. I mean, like, we're not all never.
So the waitress comes up, and she offers you guys some food. Anybody hungry?
I'm hungry for adventure.
She kind of smiles, brings over a plate of food, and displays a really nice, big, huge chunk of beef, surrounded by vegetables and seasoned with exotic spices from all over the realms.
Does she look like she has more than her intention of just serving us food?
Why don't you roll a perception, please, in the dice tower? So from what you can perceive, it seems to be that she might know a few things, but also that her body language speaks that she's working.
Yes, please. Let us have some of that beef and a few minutes of your.
She looks at you and winks. How can I help you guys?
What do you know of the scions of the Whispering Door, or strange people with rings of the moon?
To be honest, I just started working here, but from what I can tell, all you all are crazy. All the stories about witchcraft and all that kind of stuff is just beyond my, belief. But there are a few things that I could tell you that were strange that I think are a little bit more easier to wrap your head around. The woman Aloranta, the one that was mentioned earlier, and she looks towards the watch captain. He's over there consoling his soldier.
Mm-hmm.
That one, she's a strange one. She comes in here and she always orders the same thing every day. And it is a very strange taste that she has. And she looks around and she whispers, "For a gold, I will tell you more."
I give her 2 gold.
Her eyes light up. You can see the gold reflecting in her eyes, or perhaps it's the fireplace. But whatever it has got her attention. And she sits to the edge of the bar, or to the edge of the table, sets her plate down, looks back at the bartender who winks at her, and she winks back. And she says, "She always orders a cup of special wine, but really it's not wine."
Blood.
She looks at you. "Yes, it is blood. It is the blood, or the first blood, of a calf. A baby calf. And we have a dish here that we prepare. But we normally don't mess with the blood. Usually when the animal is slaughtered, the blood is already let. But being that she's a well-regarded, high-paying patron, and she does stay here in the winter months, it seems to be that she says, and she has stated, that the blood of a young calf keeps you looking young and keeps you feeling refreshed. And she believes with all her being that if she's able to have this drink daily, that she will remain young." And she kind of looks around, like making sure no one's over listening or listening over her.
Question.
Yes.
Does she ever come or leave during the daylight hours?
You know, I don't think she does. She usually comes here around dusk, and she'll leave before the dawn. But there is one thing that I have to admit, is that she used to bring this little kid here. And he was, I guess he was a kid that was abandoned or something. And she brought him
Like
here.
an orphan?
Yeah. Somebody who didn't have parents or something like that. And she would always, I don't know, bring kids here and they would do chores and odds and ends for the barkeeper. But for some reason, the relationship between the woman, what was her name? Aluantra, and the former patron of this establishment had some kind of falling out. So no more children to be labored in this establishment. And that is by law and decree of the masked lords of Waterdeep. So we can no longer employ young children here to do chores and whatnot.
Children should be allowed to play and enjoy their time as youngsters, not slave overwork.
Oh, I assure you, there was no slavery. I mean, they would get a square meal, and they would also be given a few coppers for their hard work. And you know, it gave them something to do other than picking on each other and making trouble in the streets. So wouldn't we rather have them here doing something constructive, or out on the streets pickpocketing people?
I don't know. I don't trust this blood drinking woman.
Could I roll either history or arcana to see if I remember anything about the importance of the calf's blood, if it's related to anything?
Sure. Roll history.
The woman that she's telling us about now, Havoc. She drinks the blood of a fresh calf, and she doesn't travel during the day. Sounds like a vampire to me.
Vampire.
Or she could have iron deficiency and sunlight sensitivity.
Vampire. I don't think so. She is beautiful, and I always wondered where she got her clothes.
Hmm.
Come to think of it, she always has something different on every time she shows up. I don't think I've ever seen her in the same outfit twice.
And you say she stays here during the winter months. Does she have a home here in Water?
Well, I think she works at the orphanage.
Ah, finally, a destination. Thank you, good miss.
You're
Have
welcome.
a pleasant day.
Enjoy your food. And she kind of heavily slams down the food on the table, because it is fairly amount of food.
And Layron, do I remember the location of the orphanage?
You sure do.
Because I think I remember she wrote it down, like the map thing on a piece of paper.
Yep.
So she'll whip it out of her bag. She's like, "Ha! Finally, my note taking comes in handy. I have a map to the orphanage."
What ward is this orphanage in?
It's in the trade ward.
Hmm. I say we go find out what we can. The rest of that malarkey from the guard, you can't half believe.
Well, I kind of believe it just based on the totemic wood that's used for the door.
Yes, but the best lies have partial truths.
Well, but I was more thinking in terms of, well, the door has some magical entity connection to something somewhere else. And so maybe it's sending magical echoes through the door. And that's what's going on.
I was more referring to the scions of the door and all of
Oh,
this
yeah, those idiots.
gibber.
Yeah.
Yes, so any objection to traveling to the orphanage and seeing what we can find out? It's still early in the day.
Isn't that the best time of day to go to bust into a vampire's lair? Not that she's a vampire, but just maybe.
That's what I'm saying. Now's the best time to go. Any objections?
Anybody? Anybody have anything to say?
I think Premier would say if this is a vampire, it is our duty to go investigate.
Most certainly. And her head will hang on my wall.
Why would you want that?
Because she's evil incarnate. And Killen starts walking towards stuff. And he whistles to let Fang know he's coming out.
Okay. So you guys are heading out?
Yep.
Okay. So you guys settle up your tab, and most of you paid as you went. I noticed that Ramir is grabbing some wood.
Well, we might need that if it's a vampire, he's thinking.
I'd probably grab one of my torches and sharpen one of the ends of it and think to myself, at least it'll burn on one end and I can stab with the other.
All right.
Out of character, what's our knowledge on vampires as far as fire and regeneration and turning into mist and all that?
I would say fairly low unless you've fought them before. You may just be going off of the hearsay. You must know that all vampires are not equal or the same.
So that'd be like a history check?
Yep. So, from what you know, traditionally, in this city, as a matter of fact, vampires are not allowed. And to be honest, when I mean not allowed, that there is someone else who keeps them out of here.
All right.
You know that there is a unique individual who goes out of his way to make sure he is the one and only vampire.
Okay.
So that would be infringing on his turf. So the likelihood of another vampire operating in the city would be very, very slim.
Oh, and DM, I don't remember if you said, but for my history check on the blood thing.
Yeah, you don't remember any significance other than it would be ritualistic at best. And the fact that people who do that may just be crazy, or they may know something that you don't, but it doesn't necessarily denote vampire, but it could be ritualistic. And with enough people believing in that, they could possibly potentially make that a thing.
Ah, so like a cult. Got it.
Yep.
All right. So I'll go outside, and there's a very large dire wolf waiting patiently out in the street that Kilgrave will offer the ladies to ride if they'd like, so they don't have to walk.
Anybody up for riding a flea bag wolf?
Zayla is 120% in.
All right.
Thank you, but no thank you.
I just said
Knack
that
would-
hypothetically.
Mhm.
Knack has his horse Stacy stabled, so he'll probably leave it there. How far is the orphanage from the?
Well, out of character, it'd probably take you no more than an hour to reach the orphanage.
I'm just allowing them to ride on it if they want to, just to save their energy from walking. And because Fang goes with me everywhere I go.
Okay. So you guys gonna go outside now?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you guys are gathering your things and finishing up your meals and collecting your gear and everything else, skipping forward to the sunset, it is now starting to become dark in the streets of Waterdeep. It is not quite nighttime yet, and
Oh wow.
if you make it in time, you may just get to the orphanage before it closes.
We spent all day in this place.
Yep.
Yeah, let's go.
It took a while to get through all the jibber jabber.
Yeah, the captain was a bit long-winded.
Yes.
A little?
Tell me about it.
So you guys leave the establishment.
I'd like to talk to a couple people while we're walking.
Okay.
So, Mistress Felicity, what brings you to our fair part of the city? It seems like you may have been looking for someone.
Actually, yes. A friend of mine has gone missing for a while, and I was hoping this mysterious door would actually lead me to some clues, which it hasn't. Or maybe it has. I'm not sure. It's I I don't know exactly. I want to find her so bad, but it's just taken a lot longer than I would have liked. I just hope she's still alive.
Hmm. Anybody else have anything to say?
I do want to travel with you so you don't kill an unexplained or what am I saying? Undistinguished vampire or someone who's allegedly a vampire.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Okay, I'm going to unlock the tokens and share a new map with you. So you're right outside the Dripping Dagger. And for some reason, Zayla, this feels like deja vu. Only you don't have the annoying dwarf.
She's gonna kind of sigh and she's like, oh no.
So as you guys head outside, you notice the watch captain and his men are making their rounds. Let's see.
I'll hold a hand out for Zayla to help her get on to Fang's back.
She'll take the hand and hop up. Thank you.
Of course.
Hail, brave adventurers.
Oh, great.
So, let me get this straight. I tell you the story. You wander off looking for the end of the rainbow. So, my advice is that you stay out of trouble and that you don't get yourselves killed. And whatever you do, don't let Miss Filigree get hurt.
Darn, my first plan of action was to get killed. You've ruined my day.
He kind of looks at you sheepishly.
Thank you, Captain.
The guard, Thanos, walks over nervously, reaches towards Zayla, and in his hand is a vial.
Fang growls.
He kind of pauses. And he says, "This is for you, lady."
And this is a potion?
He looks at her. Yes. And he says,
Sure.
"This may help you."
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll pay you back when we get back.
No need. And he kind of walks away.
What is that? His tears?
I hope that's all it is. I don't want it to be any other fluid.
The watchman looks at him and says, "What are you doing?" And Thanos looks at the watch captain. He says, "Same thing as you, my lord." And then they take off.
Oh, I'm glad I'm not a woman. You guys must get so tired of this endless debauchery.
Well, it makes me a bit concerned for the general populace and the safety of our streets, but aside from that, I like free stuff, so it works out.
Well said. Anybody have any last words or anything you'd like to say before you head to the orphanage?
Last words, eh?
Last words, huh? I'd like to thank the Academy, my parent. Oh.
I guess that was the only puppy-eyed guard. We can kick this puppy and get going, I guess. Hold on, there's a direwolf involved.
Yeah, don't kick my puppy.
All right, so you guys saddle up and you guess you follow the lead of Zayla since she has the map.
Yep. And she's on the big dog.
Okay.
Yeah, she's taking the fastest route possible.
Okay. So within about 40 minutes, getting through the ribble rabble of the streets of Waterdeep, you notice that there are all these streamers being put up. You've seen signs that are basically talking about the arrival of the festival for High Harvesttide. And it looks like there's going to be a big parade. So lots of people are still out and about. So it isn't as vacant on the streets as it is usually, especially at these hours. So there's people out and about.
As we're kind of traveling around, Kilgrave is going to be adjusting all his little broken pieces of swords and weapons that he has on his bandoliers and leather pouches all over his.
And you guys walked down the main street. There is a, I want to say it's like some kind of guild hall. And you notice it because it has a big title. And it states it's the Builders Hall. Kind of a famous, I don't know, how would you say it? Kind of like a famous
Guild.
place. Yeah, it's a guild, but it's also kind of almost a touristy type thing.
Okay. Is this near the orphanage?
It's on the way. And I'll share the map with you guys.
I'll kind of point it out like a tourist guide. To your left.
So you have this Builders Guild, and it is, reveal it to you. The little green dot. It's a big 2-story building, and it is basically where a guild of stone cutters, masons, potters, tile makers, things like that, where they train and learn their craft. And it is one of the more renowned guilds. It's a big 2-story building made out of wood, and there is a strange tale that there was once some sort of gate that led to Undermountain. But no one has been able to really make claim to that. Or no one can really prove that. But it is a interesting building. And from the inside comes a man that's been, looks like he's been working all day. And he's locking up the shop. And you guys happen to notice that it looks like he's a little bit inebriated. And he's kind of stumbling around. Walks down a wooden staircase. And he addresses your party with a bow and a smile. And he says, "Hi, Harvesttide to you all."
I give him a half-hearted hi, Harvesttide, yeah.
He says, "So, how are you doing this evening?"
We're not as good as you. What are you celebrating so early for?
Well, I get to lock the shop up and head home. And my wife and we've been trying to have a baby. And being that this holiday is one of the few times I get to spend time with her. And then he starts getting more serious. He says, "My wife isn't able to bear children, you see. Tomorrow, we will be arriving and adopting a child so that we may have children of our own to raise. And Lord knows there's enough of them around here that don't have families."
That, sir, is a great and generous deed, and may Kellenvor bless you.
He nods to you guys. and he says, "Good evening to you all. Have fun, be safe, and hopefully
You too.
someday I will see you again." And he stumbles off into the dark.
I'm like getting this itchy feeling behind my ear as though he's going to die soon. But that's just me.
Uh, Seemed like a nice lot. Odd, but nice. So, Knack, is it?
That's me.
You seem like the military sort. Where did you serve?
I served in the armies, fighting the orcs earlier, towards the north.
I see. I have fought against the Cult of the Dragon for many years myself, for the Emerald Enclave.
Well met.
So according to the map or the directions that Zayla was given, the orphanage is between Fillet Lane and Net Street. It's probably a good 4 or 5 city blocks to the west, towards the water, on the border of the Trade Ward and the Dock District. You guys are on the border of the Southern Ward.
So, like right there?
Yep. Right there. So, anybody have anything else to say before we arrive to the orphanage before it closes?
No, but did we notice anybody following us?
You know, roll a perception.
Is that everybody or just me? Because hopefully it's not just me.
I think it's just you. Okay. Matter of fact, you do notice someone following you.
It better not be that guard.
It
Uh,
is.
Damn it.
He seems to try to be shadowing you guys as if he's like watching your backs. Now, he doesn't notice that you noticed him, but every time you look back, he's like ducking behind a staircase or pretending like he's just eating an apple. I mean, it's so stupid and obvious.
She's gonna sigh and she's like, "Don't look now, but we have a follower. But we're almost to the orphanage on the plus side, so maybe he won't get in through the door."
I will, I'll have Fang keep an eye on him.
Okay.
Reach up and pat him, kind of on his neck, there, right behind his head.
So what do the rest of you think?
They locked the door to a place that could literally lead to where the door said, the whispering door said, was a place we could go to. So there's a chance we could have went in where the guy just locked up. But we could also go to the orphanage and see if the old lady's a vampire. I like the way this is going.
Well, we need information, and we need to talk to people to get that, or at least some paperwork, something. I'd like to find this lady and speak to her in person.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the best course to get lay eyes on her and see what we think of her.
The rumors are rumors. We need to find out for ourselves.
All right, so the rest of your trip is pretty much uneventful. You arrive at the Starry Cradles Orphanage. It is a orphanage that is located in the Dock Ward. It's run by supposedly some matron, Griselda Hoppelrun or something like that. She's a halfling. And the rumors are that she's a caretaker, but she's also a well-respected employee. And supposedly, somebody like the cleric make a religious check.
I have religion.
Okay.
You want it in the tower?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll roll 2.
Okay. So, from what you know, collectively, is that this place was a big ramshackle building. It's been upgraded and taken care of and painted and remodeled by the clergy of the Selenites. So the Church of Saloon has donated some money to this place, and there's a decor and motif of stars all over this building.
Another connection to Saloon.
So supported followers of Saloon have boosted this existence of this orphanage.
Hmm.
And I'm going to share the map with you guys.
And what do we know of Saloon herself?
Anybody have a gander or gamble on that?
Well, isn't it common knowledge she's like the goddess of night and the moon or something?
Mm-hmm. That's right. Anybody else know?
I was worried. I was like, yeah, what's her domain? That kind of stuff. I mean, I can look it up.
No. I will let Havoc roll a religious check since he knows a little bit about it. Very well. So the Selenites are basically a fairly good organization. They are known as protectors in the night. They vener these divine warrior maidens are known as the shards. And the shards are often summoned to combat great evil when they are needed. And this is in extreme situations, of course. When the night ends, one mortal priestess is taken by the shards to become one of their number. So this is one of their beliefs that they have. Saloon has some of the largest temples, and one of the largest ones is closer to the castle ward, and it's the House of the Moon in Waterdeep. There's a whole bunch of followers. Many people visit because there's a flawless replica of Saloon's personal weapon, the Rod of the Four Moons. It's said that the high priest or priestess of the temple can wield the replica with the full powers of the true weapon in times of great need. So they're obviously a religious organization that does fairly well. And they sound to me more like a protector type.
All right, so there's no rumors of, child sacrifice and all that stuff. They're good.
As far as you know.
Right. That's why, yeah. All right. So, are we approaching here from this side? Is that?
Yep. And let me share the sheet.
Are we supposed to have that?
Nope. You can close that.
Closing.
Sorry. Wrong one. Here we go.
We got the orphanage map.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So yeah, you are approaching from the foyer side. That's the main entrance.
Okay.
The back entrance is where they bring in supplies. So you guys can decide which way you want to go in. It appears
Well-
like there are some lights in a second story above. And it looks fairly dim down below. So I'm going to put you guys on the battle map.
Kilgrave would want to approach the main front entrance. He's
Right.
a noble. He's not going to sneak in the back.
Okay. All right, so place your tokens where you like, and I will lock them after that.
Where's the
Is-
front door again?
On the other side?
Yep. It's right
We're
in
not going
front.
to the front door.
The front door is where they are,
Oh.
where all of you are at.
Oh, okay.
That's the back way.
Oh, never mind.
That's like the alleyway back there.
I got you. This white door right here is the entrance.
Yep.
I would literally walk up and knock on the door. Boom, boom.
Yes?
Yes. This is Sir Killen of House Grave, along with Lady Felicity and our companions. We are here to speak to the headmistress.
She's not in.
Well, back to the inn to have some more wine.
Let me grab my notes so I can get this lady's name. Hold on.
Could you describe the person who approached the door?
You don't see anybody. You just hear them from behind the door.
Where is Alariantra from Tathir?
How do you know her? And a doorway opens, and you see a short little halfling woman. She's got a cane. Looks kind of older. Looks very cheerful enough. The children are getting ready to go to sleep and having their baths. So if you wish to speak with me, come in from the night. Come into the foyer.
Yeah. Why would you lie to a noble and tell me you weren't? Very, very uncouth as I walk through the.
Okay. You get the distinct feeling that the children have been well behaved. You don't hear a bunch of noise. And it seems pretty calm and chill. So you don't hear anything other than the woman talking to you. So she says, "How do you know our patron? Where do you know her from?"
Well, we have come to ask the questions. It seems that your patron is involved in some things that need to be clarified so that the Church or Saloon is not implicated in anything beneath your state.
That's the first time I ever heard of this. What's the problem here? What brings you all here? Are you here to adopt? Because we don't open till tomorrow.
She's acting a little strange, isn't she?
Actually, I am here to adopt, and I'm going to go walk over to the door to the north of the foyer.
Okay. You guys can enter if you're going to. She's standing kind of by the doorway that leads to the courtyard.
And I'll telepathically tell Fang to keep an eye out while we're inside.
Okay. So she looks around and she says, excuse me, where are you going?
To see my new squire, of course.
She looks at you, Squire?
Don't worry with him. Listen, where is your patron at the moment?
She only visits us every month. She comes to make sure that her money is being well spent. She does not like to be disturbed, and generally, she only shows up when she wants. I don't have an exact schedule, and I don't have any control over that. But what I do have control over is this orphanage. So if there's anything I can do, please let me know. And as she's kind of rambling about, a young girl, maybe 12 years old, comes bursting through that door, and she says, "Daddy!" And she puts her arms around Knack and starts hugging him.
Not again.
You look like a guy with a few illegitimate children.
And she looks up at you. She's got the big, beaming green eyes. She's got red hair. She kind of looks like Pippi Longstockings, if you guys know who that is.
Inside check.
And she says, "I am Margot." She seems to be genuine there, at least in her appearance. The daddy thing, maybe not so much.
A new squire. Perfect.
She looks at you and she says, "You want to make me a squire? You want to help me? Want to help me leave? I would be very grateful." And as she's saying that, another kid walks in. Big, kind of chubby, kind of burly looking kid. Probably about the same age. "Oh, this is Bellum." And he walks in, this big chunky kid, looks really strong. Doesn't look very smart, though. Actually, he kind of has a black eye. And some scrapes on his knees.
Please, not another Verity child.
And as you guys are there trying to deal with those two, another kid comes to the door from the courtyard. This one a little younger.
When this happens, I'm going to grab my amulet again and use my divine sense. I drew the circle there.
Okay. You don't really sense anything ill. What you do see or sense is that these children are desperate to have homes. And since you guys are here after hours, they're wondering if this is their one and true great break to get out of here. Arasa, the one who came through the door, is a little younger. And the woman, Margot, or the girl Margot, she walks over to Arasa and whispers something to her. The lady, Griselda Hoppleton, tells you a little story about Margot. So Margot here, she's kind of like the spokesperson for the kids, so to speak. Pretty feisty one. She's pretty quick. And she really takes care of these kids, even though they're not her children. Very well grown up for her age. Probably more than she should be. But she's well known for taking all these kids and bringing them under her wing. And she's very fierce in her protection of them. So don't harm these children or she will rage on all of you. And then Margot looks at you guys like as a matter of fact. She's got her arms crossed. She's got big freckles on her face. Big stockings. Some kind of leather soft shoes. She's got scabs on her knees and on her elbows. And she looks like she's probably chewing on some sweet candy. And she's looking at all of you with measure. And she says, "You know, honestly, I don't remember my parents, but he looks just like my dad." And she's pointing at Knack. And
Well,
I
she
don't remember
definitely
much.
seems like a tough one.
Bellum kind of just stands there like he's just waiting. And she said, you know, when I first met Bellum, he was a real pain. And he has protected me and the others for a few years. And he's kind of like my bodyguard. And then the rest of the children come in. There's a young boy named Sundro. There's another kind of a younger 10-year-old that the name sounds kind of familiar. Why don't you roll a perception check, Zayla? Because his name is Scarthan Tharn, and you have heard that name in the inn. And Kilgrave, your senses don't give you any ill sense of evil.
All right.
So whatever you were trying to check for, you have not received any feeling or emotion of negativity. Quite the opposite. You have this little family of kids. And there's another one, his name is Terulos, little half-elf boy.
All right. And there's no hollowed ground here or anything.
Not that you know of.
It would tell me if if within that radius anyway.
No.
Okay. Headmistress,
Yes.
are you saying that she is not here right now? Because you said a lot of things, but you didn't say whether or not she was specifically here or not.
Oh, she might be here. And she looks at the rest of you, and then she kind of shoos the children out. Margot, the redhead with the pigtails, she kind of looks begrudgingly at her like, I'm going to kill you, lady, if you don't let me stay. And that lady gives her this mean look and raises her cane at her. So it's like, wow, they went from like perfect to not perfect. So Margot kind of begrudgingly stomps off, like having a little tantrum. The rest of the kids kind of like, oh man. And they all file out of the room. And
Do they go north or out into the courtyard?
they go out into the courtyard.
All right. I'm gonna kind of place my hand. Is this door like have a knob or like a latch hand?
The one that leads out to the courtyard?
No, the one where I'm by at the north here.
Oh, it does have a latch.
All right. So I'm just gonna kind of lean on it and open it up while we're talking.
Okay. It has a kind of a dimly lit look to it. There's some desks. Looks like some filing cabinet type things. Maybe a bunch of photos of previous people who had lived here before. And then there's a picture that looks quite familiar. And it looks fairly new. It doesn't have as much dust on it as you peer through the doorway. And it looks like Matron Griselda is trying to keep you from going all the way in.
Yeah, I'll just walk on in.
She's like, wait. She's whispering. She's kind of looking around conspiratorially. And she says, you shouldn't be here, you guys.
Then get to the truth before something bad happens.
I had to keep it down for the sake of the children. I've spent my whole entire life at this place, and I've had nothing but grief lately. So give me a break. And she looks around. She says, Our Lady, Mistress, is here today, but she is indisposed of. If we disturb her, she will go off the rails, and she will punish the children for no reason.
Sounds like your patron is not a nice person.
She was at one time. But over the last few years, she's grown very vain, very greedy, and very, very impatient.
Has she hurt the children before?
She's threatened.
Kilgrave kind of, you can see his jaw tightening up. He's starting to get angry. He looks to the others in the group.
Yeah, Vermeer is going to echo that sentiment, and he's going to address the headmistress and just let her know, you have to believe we are here to just truly help you and the children. So if there's something you think we need to know, now would be the time to let us know that.
She's looking around nervously. She goes over to one of the desks in the office and grabs a piece of parchment, and she scrawls a bunch of like, I want to say it's like I don't know, like a sentence or two, and it says, "Get out of here fast." That's what it says.
I'm going to tell her to grab the children and go outside with.
Okay.
We're not going to leave these children to the whims of this woman.
She looks relieved, Griselda, but she looks very scared.
I try to calm her down. I say, listen, we'll take care of it. Go outside. There's a very large wolf. Just stay behind him. He'll keep you safe until we either eject this woman or deal with her in some way. Just tell us where she is.
I think she's upstairs.
All right.
So Vermeer is going to ask, what's the best ingress to where she's located? Out in the courtyard?
Go out the swinging doors and go to the courtyard. There's 4 staircases. The one to the south is where she's taking her dinner. She's upstairs to the south.
I go out here in the courtyard, tell the kids to go out with Miss Griselda.
Okay. So in single file line, they're all kind of waving. They look kind of like what's going on.
We
And
have a puppy here for you to play with.
What's that?
I think Havoc was asking the kids questions, or was
Oh.
trying to ask them questions.
Okay. Well, the kids respond. They kind of looked at you kind of emphatically, like they really want you to adopt them. And most of them seem a little bit weary, that they kind of give you the look like, don't go upstairs, or like nodding like towards the south. And they said, that mean bitch lives up there. That's what Margot says.
Oi, language.
Knack looks at them. All right, squires, be brave, walk forward.
All right. So, anybody else have anything to say?
Can Zyla set up another detect magic ritual?
Yep.
Because she doesn't want to walk into anything and have her head,
Right.
you know.
Where exactly do you want to place it?
Herself.
And she can concentrate for 10 minutes on it, I think.
Okay. So you guys are. The little girl actually looks really excited. Havoc and all of the kids surround her as she holds up this coin, and she's running out. So in this area, you notice these two clocks. So to the south and to the north, against the wall, underneath the window, there are some clocks. Probably something that. Too late now. You gave them a gold.
I gave her gold and I gave the rest a silver.
Okay. So everyone's happy. So they're all leaving now with Griselda. Zayla, you notice that to the north and the south there are two clocks, and they are radiating a faint magic from them.
Zayla's gonna jerk her head in that direction and mention it. What school of magic is it?
Right. Roll a Arcana. From what you can tell, it looks like maybe transmutation.
She'll also kind of waggle her eyebrows a little bit and she'll say, "Guys, I think there's some transmutation magic afoot. Maybe there's a secret door or something that leads to evil lady's room." That's what she says with a meaningful cough.
Isn't transmutation magic, but kind that changes one thing into something else?
Yeah, you can reverse it though. Pretty sure.
But what if those clocks are actually golems or clock? How big are they?
They're about the size of a man, the clocks.
Knack gets the feeling that he's fixing to get himself into more trouble, so he's going to go ahead and take out his scimitar.
Okay.
As long as the kids are out of sight.
Yeah, they've left the courtyard.
Yeah. Kilgrave casts Shield of Faith on himself and draws his weapons and his sword.
Okay. So, the rest of you, what are you guys doing? I know that Zayla's checking around for magic. She's detected a faint sense of magic, both from the north and south, with some clocks. They're probably
Zayla
the
will
same clocks the kids use to go about their business during the day.
So the staircase that Havoc is on is the staircase that she told us about, right?
Mm-hmm. He goes up there and he finds a locked door.
Psst.
I ask him, "Hey, you need help with that door?"
I don't know. How tough is it? I already rolled.
Mm-hmm. You pick it with no problem.
Nope, we're good.
You just set a little wedge in there, pop it open. It almost feels like it's been picked before. That's what's kind of weird. Like it's rough, like somebody had already been picking at it. It's fairly easy.
Before I step through, though, I'm going to make sure there's no trap.
Make sure there's no what?
Traps, like in the doorway.
Oh, okay. As you look around, you don't see anything out of the ordinary. The only thing you noticed was that the door was obviously been picked several times because the tumblers are very loose and partially broken. So whoever locked this door only did so on behalf of the children.
That seems odd.
What's that?
No, the door. I mentioned it as I passed.
What seems odd?
The door, the lock. It's old. Couldn't keep out anybody. Those kids could have probably picked.
It's probably been played with the kids.
All right. So I'm gonna have you guys, all of you guys, roll a perception check in the dice tower. Okay. So as you guys are looking around and trying to figure out what Havoc's doing, behind you guys, where the middle of the courtyard where you were just standing, appears a beautiful woman. I mean, literally out of nowhere. And she seems to be standing there with her arms folded. And you have no idea where she came from, but her aura is a very powerful magic aura to her. And she goes, "Excuse me."
Who are you?
"I am here by my own volition. Why are you here?"
Neck, quickly. I'm looking for my horse, Stacy. Have you seen her?
You think I'm going to fall for that? She kind of looks at you. Does this look like a stable? Although it kind of does. Maybe at one time it was.
I did not ask why you were here. I asked who you were.
Well, I could ask you the same, but does it matter? You obviously are here for a reason. Just get out with it.
We are here to speak with the patron of this orphanage.
Patron. So that's what they call me? She says, "I am Jessica." And she says it with a strange accent.
Ah, so you're the one who enjoys the calf blood.
Yep. And roll a perception, Zayla.
And do I recognize her accent at all either?
No. As a matter of fact, she is the same woman who had come before, but she must have been wearing a wig, because last time she had white hair, and her accent is different. So whatever this person is, she gives out different names quite a bit.
She's gonna Zayla is gonna perk up and kind of say kind of suspiciously, like, "So, did you ever find out what was happening to those kids?"
Oh, it's you. Welcome. How did you
Greetings.
how did you find this place?
You gave me instructions on how to get here, and I came.
Oh, okay. So she kind of walks over towards you.
Zayla's going to be kind of like on the edge a little bit, but she's not gonna actually move away.
She says, "It's been a pleasure to meet you. I'm glad you made it. As a matter of fact, I know what happened to those kids."
She's gonna like back up so her back's like against the wall, and
Mhm.
she's gonna say, "Oh, do tell."
Neck would like to start walking towards the exit to the right,
Okay.
saying something along the lines of, I believe my horse might be over here,
Okay.
in a way to where you might be able to get flanking if this kind of goes.
Yeah. So go ahead and move to the location you want to move. Okay. And she says, "You up there, what are you doing?" And she's pointing towards where Havoc was. He's hiding in the shadows beyond the doorway. The rest of you assume that, but she obviously knows someone's up there. And none of you have any clue as to how she got here without being seen.
Yeah. And does she look elven or?
Roll a perception.
Okay.
She does appear elven, at least partially.
And she didn't set off my divine sense, so she's not fey.
And as you say that, your stomach begins to grumble. So right at that moment, you're beginning to doubt your senses. You get that sickly feeling in your stomach.
Yeah. It might be initiative time.
Is that what you say? Or is that what you're saying out of
No,
character?
out of character.
Okay.
So, it seems that you've given quite a bit of time and money to help these children. What made you want to be a patron to such lost and unprotected ones as these?
Well, if I must tell you, and she looks around, but I don't feel comfortable talking here. Perhaps you would like to step inside, and we can discuss these finer things.
Certainly, that's where we were headed, was to speak with you.
Well, I was having dinner, but it looks like you guys have interrupted. So care to join me?
I looked to the rest of the group.
Yes, we should join you.
Very well. So she starts heading over towards the stairs, and she gives Zayla a dirty look.
Wait, what? I didn't do anything.
She immediately changes her face as if she didn't give you a dirty look.
And now Zayla is even more creeped out than she was previously, which is rather hard, but she's managed.
So she makes her way upstairs. So you just gonna stand there?
I moved.
Go hide.
Yeah, if you want to remain hidden, go ahead and roll a stealth check. If not, then
Oh, me? I'm not trying to hide.
okay.
I was standing in the door like, why aren't we killing her?
So she invites you to this dining area. Okay, she's sitting at a table. And you guys can basically sit around the table.
Knack would prefer to stand with his very large steak knife.
Okay.
Zayla's gonna sit at the table, but she's keeping an eye out for more magical signatures as she's doing.
Mainly it's coming from her.
All right.
Okay. So she settles down, and along the table are all these vials or glasses and some food. There's like these covered, those trays that they serve back in the old days where they have the silver covers.
Oh,
And she has a bunch of elaborate wines at the table, and there's a bunch of goblets around the table, almost as if she had set the table for a bunch of people. And she seems to be the only one here eating. All the children are gone, and it doesn't look like an area where the children would be eating anyways, the way it's decorated.
is it actual wine in the goblets, or is it something else?
As you go to reach for the glass, she does a little ting, ting, ting to make an announcement. So, I know you all must be wondering what a woman such as my stature would be doing here at this humble establishment for young youth that are lost. Well, I'm going to tell you a story. And after the story, you guys can tell me if you like it.
Is she wearing a ring?
Roll perception, please. You can see where she had been wearing a ring. You know, when people have the sweat bands or the
Mhm.
tan lines. So she did
Right.
have a ring on. Actually, several. But yeah, she was wearing rings previously.
It seems some of your jewelry is missing, mistress.
Oh yeah, I'd never cook and prepare food with my rings. That will ruin them.
Are there any other doors in this room?
Nope.
Okay. Oh, I got spun around.
Sorry about that.
Knack would make a accusational type. Sure, there's a lot of food for one lady.
Oh yeah. You pretty much got it figured out why we're all here. And she sits down at at her head of the table, and she says, "I would like to share a meal with you and tell you guys a story."
Killing just stay silent and listen.
So let me get this straight. You're all here to adopt. I mean, who else would be beating down my door at dusk in an orphanage in the middle of Waterdeep during a festival? You obviously are all without children.
How perceptive of you.
Fantastic story. You're right. We need squires, each and every.
She looks at you kind of up and down, Sergeant. She goes, "Well, I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret. I am a widow, and I have been tormented for many, many years. I lost my son. He's been missing, probably for a good 25 years. I lost him as a babe, and ever since then, I could never bring out or never forget when I held him in my arms as a young baby."
She seemed to be telling the truth.
Go ahead and roll an insight. From all accounts, yes. She obviously is telling the truth. Her body language says it. She has a little tear in her eye. Knack, what you suggest is that she might be holding back a little bit.
I'd probably jest at her with my scimitar. So, where exactly did you lose this child?
Well, that's just the thing. My son has been recently discovered, and I want him back. And she looks around at all of you. This may be hard for you to imagine or to realize, but he is no longer of this world. He's been taken away by his father. His father was none other than a demon. So she sits down and she looks like she's getting ready to cry.
Did he take him to the Undermountain, perchance?
She turns her head and snaps. And she says, I don't know. She looks really frustrated.
If he's not of this world, then do you mean he's dead?
What I'm telling you is that he is no longer on this world. I can't get him back. And she starts crying.
So you made a large dinner.
And as you
I think she expects us.
and as you guys are, kind of contemplating what she's telling you, a couple of these goony looking, I guess you'd call them orderlies, start coming up the stairways. And they look like, I don't know, just strange. I don't want to say retarded, but they just look like people that, I don't know how to explain it. They just look brainwashed or something.
Who are they?
These are my helpers. They also help me keep the children in line. So they come into the dining area one at a time. They don't look very threatening. They don't seem to be having any weapons or anything. They just look like a bunch of goons. They just have like a really weird look to them. They almost look like clones. Like they all look alike. They were born from the same person or the same two people.
Like a simulacrum?
Kind of.
Listen, mistress. It's been a long day with a lot of people jerking us around. Can you get to the point of what you want?
She says, that's not a problem. Everybody have a seat. We're going to have dinner and we're going to hash this out. Dinner is served. And it's almost as if she went from crying to being back to a jovial host. So she's obviously off her rocker.
Mm.
And she starts laughing and acting like nothing's wrong. And she picks up the goblet and takes a deep drink of it. And as she does that, the orderlies reach over to the table and they pull up the covers on the dinner. And on each platter is the head of a human with an apple in each mouth.
And I attack her.
I do too.
Okay, so the orderlies are just pretty much just under her command, I guess. And there's only 3 of them. So let's go ahead and roll initiative.
Big -1.
Okay. You guys look at this thing, and it is a very gruesome scene. I mean, these heads are been severed. They look like they've been around for a while. Thank God they're not the heads of children.
Yep.
They just look really, really wretched.
Are they cooked?
They are cooked.
Yeah.
How old do they look?
Anywhere from their late 20s to their early 40s.
Ah.
So we ready to go?
Yep.
Okay.
Felicity.
Can you turn my token? It's kind of upside down.
Okay. All right, Felicity. Wow. Right off the get-go.
And I'll move over there to push my turn.
Okay. So Felicity does some kind of magical spray, and it just dots her face, and she holds her face, and she's screaming and retching and ah. Okay. So while that's going on, you notice that she is weaving a spell of some sort. Anybody care to make an Arcana check?
I'd like to make an Arcana check, please.
Okay.
Or could I just assist her so she gets advantage?
Sure.
So you want me to roll that again?
Yep.
And then just take the higher of the two?
Yep. She happens to be weaving some sort of magical protection.
Fine.
And you nearly disrupted her spell with that spray. Havoc. You hear a commotion going on the other side of the door.
Where are these little Oompa Loompa guys?
All right, let me get them out here.
Oompa Loompa guy.
I was just gonna say, that's so funny.
If they have purple hair and orange faces, I'm gonna be so happy.
Oh, why not?
Green hair and orange faces.
Yeah, I'm colorblind. It's hard for me to tell.
So they're inside the dining area.
All right, so oh, damn, they're all over the place. So is Knack on that upper square or that lower square?
Good question. Probably the lower one.
Okay, so I'm gonna rush past Brimmy
Brimir. Yep, Brimir. Okay.
to there,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to stab her.
Okay. Youch. Ooh, that hurt. Okay.
And then I'm gonna hit her with my other.
Mm-hmm.
That one will miss. And then I'm gonna fall back into the.
All right. So, Vermeer, you see this elf just dodging, basically running through your legs to get back at this strange woman. So, are you done with your turn?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Kilgrave. You notice the woman has basically been almost incapacitated. Been sprayed in the face, stabbed all up.
Yeah, I come in for the coup de grace here.
Okay.
We're not flanking her, so first attack.
Mm-hmm.
Bring my bastard sword down.
Mm-hmm.
Onto her, right onto her neck, and as it comes down, it glows white as I invoke a smite.
Okay. Wow. That was a big thump.
Yeah, so I literally cleave her head off, and then I come back around with the second attack against this guy below me.
Okay. That hurt. You put a big, huge gash in him. And you sliced him all across his torso. All right, Mac.
Oh, I got a bonus action too. I forgot. Shit.
See, so she's down and out, like headless.
It looks like it.
Okay, then I would probably turn to Oompa Loompa standing next to me and have at the foe. Take 2 swings.
Okay. He's out. You just chopped him in half, basically.
And then turn to the next.
Okay. The rest of you are just watching this flurry of battle just kind of happen right before your eyes. Okay, Bramir. You're looking through the doorway at this carnage.
Yeah, Bramir's head's kind of going to snap back and forth as he tries to clock havoc as they're going in and out of the doorway, stabbing. And once he gets his bearings back, he's going to kind of move into the room, mace drawn, and he's going to. Yeah, I think I'm going to go down. Why is it not going?
You're on top of another token.
Okay, there we go.
He needs to move you a little bit.
There we go. Close enough.
Okay.
And then I'm going to bring down a mace attack on this guy.
Okay. So you swing this heavy mace and it just barely misses him. It like swung past him. He kind of moved at the wrong time for you because he's anticipating the fury of Sergeant.
Okay, so as a bonus, I'm going to go ahead and cast my Guess I should have put that effect on me. Spiritual weapon,
Okay.
and that did hit.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead and do damage on that guy.
What's your weapon look like?
Yeah. What form is it? The mace or hammer or?
I think it's going to be a hammer
Cool.
with a claw on one side.
Cool.
We're going to put him right there.
Okay. That works.
And that will end my turn.
Zayla, right before your eyes, this whole place has just erupted in bloodshed. There are blood and guts going everywhere. It's almost shocking.
Okay. She's going to like look around in like mild disbelief before she's like, I think this feels like kind of like a reoccurring event because it seems like just last week they were eating dinner and the same sort of situation kind of happened. So she's going to swap to her rapier and she's going to move here towards this armed commoner just in case he decides he wants to go for Felicity. And she's going to give him a good old stab.
Okay. I mean, they don't even have time to react. They're just like, what? Nice. So your blade, it just comes flashing out, and at the last moment, it kind of just steps aside, and you miss the opportunity to sink your rapier into him.
She kind of grimaces at the miss, and then she kind of says sheepishly, she's like, "So are you gonna surrender?" And that'll end her.
Okay. So Fang hears the noise.
I tell him to stay outside with the kids.
Okay. Okay, it is back to our sorceress.
Seeing how Zayla tried to protect me, I will also try to protect her in return by throwing some more poison at this commoner too.
Okay. So it is writhing in agony. It's like, ah! It's holding its face. It's like it's burning or something. Okay, in a desperate retaliation move, it has this kind of like a baton-like thing. When I said when they came in, they weren't armed. Well, they weren't armed with anything that's actually a weapon. It's more or less like a tool. This thing just happens to be like a club, and it has a big nail in it. And it looked like this person had been working out in the courtyard before. So he just brings that up and takes a nice swing at you, or tries to.
At me?
Yep.
She's going to react by saying, No. I think your mother wouldn't approve. And she's going to use a cutting words reaction on him.
Okay. Okay. And so, yeah. So that applies to him, right?
Yeah, it'll subtract from his attack roll.
Yeah.
Cool.
A -7 in modifier.
Nice. Huh? I think
So
he
that-
missed.
Yeah, -7 would have been.
He missed.
Yeah, well below a 9.
Oh yeah, he missed. He kind of clumsily swung this piece of wood at you, had a nail in it.
Better. That's all she's gonna say.
Have it.
So I'm gonna run into there. I'm gonna hit Commoner 2.
Okay. Nice. So he comes in with his blade first and just basically just chops at him. It just takes him out like within seconds.
And I'm gonna spin back over here and hit the other.
All right. Again, his short blade finds the gap and finishes him off.
Now just kind of take a bow.
So, in the aftermath, you notice that the orderlies, their bodies are kind of like writhing into like puddles of goo, and a little bit of smoke comes wisping out. This really foul stench, like burnt smell. And the corpse of the mistress is still laying there without its head. Matter of fact, her head is laying in the corner.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk over and grab her head and toss it on the table, and then search her body.
Okay.
I'm gonna assist him with that.
The search?
Yep.
Okay. So go ahead and make a perception check.
I'm gonna guard the door.
Okay. All right. So from what you can tell, she had a little stash of gold, and she had a letter in there, and also she had a list of names, and then she also had a ring.
Perfect.
So anyone care to examine?
Yeah, I'm gonna hold the ring up to Zayla or Felicity to see if they can do like an Arcana check or to see if it's magical or not.
Zayla will defer to Felicity.
Oh, I could try. Sure.
Okay. Felicity, as you look to grab the ring, you quickly pull your hands back, and you demand that the ring be set on the table.
That sounds so horrible. You should stop holding that ring and just put it on the table for now.
All right, I set the ring down.
And from what you can tell, that ring is very evil. As a matter of fact, if your ability is still active, your I don't remember what that was, the divine sense.
Oh no, it's not. It
Okay.
it only works for like that once you do it when you do.
Okay. Well, nonetheless, you get the feeling that that ring is not what it is. It doesn't really seem to be something that it appears. Let's put it that way.
All right. Well, I can use another divine sense. I get a bunch of them every rest. So. I can use another one.
Okay. So with that, you get a very strong sense of evil from the ring. I mean, a very powerful one. It almost like buckles you over.
Is it like fiendish evil?
Yep.
Okay. That ring is touched by the powers of the abyss or hell. So I would not adorn it. I will put a little leather strap through it though, and hook it to the rest of my adornments on my armor with all my broken shit. What about this list of names?
The list of names has a list of different names. A couple of them look familiar.
Are they the scions?
Nope. They are those of the children.
Hmm.
Margot is the one on top.
Is it just a list? Is there any kind of other writing to it?
There's a red check next to Margot's name.
Hmm. But I didn't sense any evil on her when I used my divine sense.
No. But the ring.
Yeah. And what else did you say there was? There's a list, the ring.
Mm-hmm. Like some notes. And a few
Yeah.
coins.
Yeah. So I'll hand out the notes so we can all kind of read and try to figure out what it is.
Okay. The notes basically say that, it has a letter addressed to her. And it kind of has a strange writing, although it is decipherable. But it is signed at the end, Blazadon. Blazadon One Eye. And it basically says, if we were to have future dealings, you need to let me know what you're up to so that I can, take the proper measures. And that's all it says. And it's got the sign and has a signet seal. None of you recognize it, except for maybe Sergeant Knack. Can you roll a perception?
I do speak Infernal if it's in Infernal.
No, it's common, but the way it's written is kind of fancy and crazy looking.
Gotcha.
All right, Knack, you recognize the signature and the name. Now, whether you divulge that is up to you.
Looks like some random scribblings of someone who's apparently also not exactly a savory character.
That kind of name sounds like a demon to me.
Can I get a look at that ring that you got tied on that leather strap there?
Sure. Let's snatch it off and hand it to him.
All right. You get the sense that it's very powerful magic there, and you start seeing these visions, Sergeant.
Fantastic.
You guys notice his eyes start to narrow, and his eyes start to turn white as he stares at this ring.
Oh no.
And it seems to almost be putting you into like a trance.
I snatch it out of his hands.
I need you to make Sergeant. I need you to make a will check, which would be that would be wisdom.
Wisdom save.
Yeah, wisdom save in the dice tower, please.
Oh, he gets a plus 3 from being within my.
Oh, good, nice. So, thank God you said that. At the last moment, once the ring is snatched from you, Sergeant, you gain your composure, and you feel as if the greatest thing in the world has been taken from you, but you're able to quell your frustration. So you kind of snap back to reality, and you realize that that thing is something else. You would like to get. You may not want to touch it again, but you would definitely like to get more eyes on it.
What were some of the visions?
The visions that you saw were all of these pools of blood and tons of it, and you can even smell it, and it just seemed right to you.
Oh, totally normal. Look at everybody. Oh, yeah, nothing to be worried about. Do this all the time.
I can tell.
Huh.
Do I need to roll a bluff
But
for that?
Or what? Yeah, you do. He didn't sound very convincing, y'all. You just come out of this trance, and you're trying to keep your composure. You're kind of caught off guard. So the way you describe that kind of makes people doubt you. And your body language says one thing, and your mouth says another.
Exactly.
Vermeer's going to kind of narrow his eyes a bit and say, maybe it's best if Kilgrave hang on to it for now.
If he needs any help, I'll be here. Some of the strongest.
I think since she's down, as far as we know, we should do a systematic check of the rest of the building, especially while we have time in case there's anything else we need.
Yeah, about that. You see Kilgrave grab up her body and throw it over his shoulder, and then he grabs her head and starts walking down the stairs out to the courtyard. And if there's any oil, like in the kitchen here or something, I'd ask somebody to grab it.
Okay.
Because I'm a burner body.
Okay. So as you guys are heading downstairs to dispose of the body, you notice that the children are starting to return. They're coming back through that alleyway.
I tell the headmistress to keep them out until we're finished.
Okay, she just stops and she turns around and tells them to go back. So they leave.
Go play with the puppy.
Okay. All right.
So yeah, I'll douse her in oil, get a torch lit with a flint and steel, and then let her.
Okay.
I'd like to ask Havoc if he's seen anything else in any other rooms. Most likely, this isn't like she didn't carry everything on her, but we need to make sure there's nothing else laying about.
I'll go start checking.
Okay. So anybody else gonna go out in the courtyard, or are you gonna stay here, or?
I'm gonna check the other rooms.
Okay.
Yeah, Vermeer's was just kind of guarding the door a bit, just to make sure that the children wasn't coming in to see what was happening in here. And also to kind of take a look out to see if the guard who's been following us isn't trying to poke through.
All right. So you guys are kind of poking around in the rooms. Mainly you just find like bathrooms, living quarters, things like that. However, Havoc, in the girls' room, you notice that there is a strange drawing on the wall.
Ah, a clue. Maybe.
So you see a picture that one of the girls must have drawn, or one of the other residents. And they depict a picture of what seems to be that woman, that crazy woman. And all around her is a big pool of red blood. And then what looks like some kind of, I don't know, maybe a door? And all around her are these vials of, from what the photo looks like, or the picture is drawn with chalk. And it looks very detailed for a child. Normally children can't draw this well, so obviously this person who drew this had been around for a while. And it doesn't look very pleasant. You have this picture of the woman with a dagger, and there's all these like girls lined up, and it looks like some kind of weird sacrificial thing. You're not sure. It's kind of gruesome.
I will call over Felicity and Zay and be like, you might want to see this.
Would that be the same kind of things I seen when I put on or when I looked at the ring?
Kind of, yeah. It kind of gives you that feeling. As you look at that photo, it brings back that memory of that vision that you had.
I'd wait for some of the other people to get there and be like, exactly, this is what I seen when I was looking at that ring. Only the strongest of adventurers would be able to notice these kind of details.
It's a big picture on the wall.
I was referring to the ring portion. Like when I had the ring, I seen visions of this kind of thing.
Oh, I gotcha.
Huh. But that's the first time you told him that.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyhow, from a woman's perspective, the way this thing looks is like, I don't know, something to do with the first bleeding. That's the only thing you can make of it. But it's far more dark and devious than anything you've ever seen. Not so much the first bleeding, but the fact that whoever drew this photo was mentally disturbed.
I blame Margot.
Yeah, I want to go get Pippi Longstockings.
Okay.
And bring just her in here so we can talk to her.
Okay. So Margot comes out from that little cul-de-sac thing, and the lady lets her run over to you guys. And she's like, "What? What? Is the lady gone?"
Yes, the lady's gone, Margot. But we need to talk.
And she says, "What's that on fire? It really doesn't smell good."
It's trash. Don't worry about it.
So she's following you, I guess?
Yeah, I'm gonna take her up. Nope, I'm not. I'm going to take her back into that
Into where?
foyer when we first met him.
Okay. You pass by the priest on your way, and there happens to be a small, I want to say like I guess a carriage sitting outside of the court on the where you guys entered. There's a horse-drawn carriage outside.
I'm gonna tell Fang to check it out.
Okay. Whoever it is, they just appear to be parked there. They're not getting out or saying anything.
I'm gonna have him tell him to keep an eye on him.
Okay.
And I'm gonna ask the others to come back down here when they're.
Okay. Are you guys gonna follow?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Nope.
Okay.
I'd probably go outside to the carriage to see if it was the benefactor.
I want to go up to the second floor.
Okay.
Margot,
Yes.
what did you and the mistress do in your private time?
Well, we always filled these bottles up with this really disgusting red fluid.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, she was really strange.
Did you ever drink any of it or do any kind of ritual where you had candles lit? And did she say strange words?
She always said strange words. She never made sense. She always went on and on about her little baby. I don't even think she had a baby.
Yeah, she was very disturbed.
Even if she
Eh,
had the baby, something wasn't right with that woman. She was mean.
I'm gonna hold up the ring by the leather strap.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize this? And I'm gonna try to
Oh, she goes,
gauge.
that
I
is
want to,
something.
yeah, I want to see if she likes it when she sees it, like if her eyes kind of open up big, or if she just, I want to see if she's drawn to it.
Yeah, she looks at it and she says, that's her ring. That's her special ring. And she goes to reach for it.
And I hold it back from her.
She goes, she really likes that ring. She would never let me take it.
Do you like it?
I do. It
All
does a
right.
lot of things.
Like what?
Well, I noticed that one time when we were getting ready for bath time, I had a problem and she had come to help me. And rather than just, walking up and down the stairs, she actually grabbed me and took me to the courtyard. We didn't even have to walk.
So you kind of instantly moved from one place to another.
Yeah, I think so. It was like a dream. Like 1 minute I was standing here, and then all of a sudden I was out in the courtyard.
Mm.
And the rest of you aren't really finding anything in particular. Although in the boys' room, you guys notice a bunch of stashed weapons, as if the kids were going to maybe do an uprising, like a little coup or something.
Good for them.
And also, you're finding some more disturbing photos that the kids have been drawing. And the photos are the same, like they're not the same, but they're similar in depth as far as like blood and all kinds of stuff. And then there's a picture of a face of that woman, and it looks like they were using it as a dartboard or some kind of practice dummy thing. So obviously the kids did not like her.
Can you tell me about the drawing in your room and in the other room?
Well, she basically had us all sit down, and we used to do arts and crafts, and we were supposed to draw during the special time. So I drew what I normally would, and I liked the picture so much that I asked to have it put on the walls. It's one of my best pieces of work.
Where did you get your ideas from?
Oh, I have these really strange dreams.
I look to the priest. Is there anything you can do to try to find out what's been done to
You're
I
thinking
think-
this might be a little above your pay grade, but it is interesting.
Yeah, I think it sounds like maybe she has been taken in, but I have nothing I could do to further that explanation.
Maybe we need to take her to a temple for Tor or Lathander or someone to try to deprogram her or dispel whatever this is that's affecting.
I think that is an excellent idea.
All right, you go back to the headmistress now, little one, and we'll talk again.
Wait, what about the ring?
The ring is far too dangerous.
I was promised the ring.
So Bermir's going to kind of lift his eyebrows and say, "So she promised you this ring?" And he's going to point at.
Yeah.
And for what reason were you promised the ring? What did you do to earn it?
Well, I've kept all the other children in line for these 2 or 3 years. I've done everything she's asked, even though I don't like her. And the nice thing about it is I even offered to help her. And what she needed me to do was to go back and help her find her son. I've only been there once, but it's a really, really bad place.
And did you get there by magic?
I don't know. I would wake up and I was there. And it was a really horrible place. I don't ever want to go back.
Was it hot or dark?
It was both, and it really bad smelling.
So, from her description, does it sound like the Nine Hells or the Abyss?
You'd probably have to make a history or some kind of check for that, because
Okay.
she doesn't know how to describe it.
History. My history and my religion are the same thing. So,
Well, from what you could tell, she's trying her best to describe a place that she's been. That may or may not be one of the hells, but whatever it is, it's not a good place.
well, we'll see about getting you proper reparations, but this ring could turn you just like that woman. It would make you mean and nasty if you were to wear it. So we'll have to find you something.
One of the other kids comes running into that room, and he says, "Don't let her get the ring. Don't let her get the ring." It's one of the boys.
What do you mean?
He says, "She's bad. She is those things. Those things that you said. It's Margot. Margot is who they want. They wouldn't let that old woman go back. So it's Margot they want." She gives him a look like, "I'm going to kill you."
Premier, could you stay with her for just a second?
Absolutely.
So
To
Ramir, you can
Felicity?
see her face. She's got this look like she wants to kill somebody.
Felicity, do you know how to put someone to...
No, I don't.
The only way I know how to is with the pommel of my sword, and I don't want to do that to a 12-year-old. We're gonna have to get this kid somewhere where she can get deprogrammed.
So as you guys are speaking about that out front, you guys notice that that carriage and that wagon leave. No one ever came in or out.
How far away are...
The horse and wagon?
Yeah.
Not far.
I want Fang to go get in front of the horses and stop.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna walk up to the carriage.
Okay.
And I'm gonna call out for the other guys to come in.
Okay. Havoc and I want to say Nancy Drew, but it's Zayla.
Yes.
You guys hear I get names mixed up. Kilgrave calling out for you guys.
Okay.
All right.
So we'll come running down the stairs and into the foyer.
I'm gonna go up to the carriage and is it like one of the side open? It's got like a side door.
Yep. It stopped dead in its tracks.
Yeah, I'm gonna literally rip the door off instead of just. I'm gonna snatch it off.
Okay, you snatch it off and you smell a really foul smell. And inside are, they look like, I don't know, like rugs or something. But it looks like a bunch of moving material or something. You're not quite sure. It's kind of dim. The horses are kind of reeling, like they're looking like they're scared of your dire wolf. So they're not really bucking, but they're, you know how they kind of rear up.
Mm-hmm.
And the wagon thing is kind of becoming unstable. But inside, it looks like maybe roll a perception.
Okay. I have dark vision, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, you notice the signature of some heat there, almost like infravision, but you can see the outlines of some bodies. And they appear to be alive, moving around.
All right, I'm gonna ask somebody to go calm the horses down. and I'm gonna get a torch lit.
Mm-hmm. All right, you look inside, and it looks like, 4 or 5 small humanoids, hogtied and wrapped in some kind of burlap or something.
All right, I'll open the closest sack and see who's.
You notice a small, greasy, unwashed young man. Looks like a little half-elf kid. And he's squirming, and he has a gag over his mouth.
All right, I'll take it off.
He's screaming, "Help! Help!"
I'm here to help. Calm down.
Where am I?
You're outside of the orphanage in Waterdeep. What's the name of the place?
The Starry Cradle.
Yeah, the Starry Cradle Orphanage. And I motion for everybody else to come help me get these kids.
So you find 3 kids in there. Unfortunately, one of them has passed away because of how
boy.
they were handled. Maybe they were bound and gagged too tight, or maybe they were already sick. It's hard to tell. But they were roughed up, and whoever kidnapped these kids, or whoever took them, did so with purpose. And to have them pulled on this wagon, somebody had sent these here or requested them.
And there's nobody driving the wagon, right?
Nope. It may have been sent down the street. It's hard to say.
Somebody bring me that halfling.
Okay.
Knack looks for the half.
All right. She comes running, and she's got the rest of the children in tow. And she's looking at the wagon. She's like, "Oh my God, you poor children." And she starts to walk out towards where you guys are at, cutting open the bags. And the rest of the kids that are with her are kind of in shock. And they're traumatized in the fact that they kind of remembered how they were brought here. Now, not all of them had endured this treatment, but a lot of them had saw, some of this bad stuff that happens to them before they get sent here.
I would whip around on this halfling and grab her by the back of the neck, picking her up, putting my blade to her throat. How long have you been a part of this trafficking of children? And I try to.
She squirms and she says, "I'm not the one you want. I'm not a part of it. I swear. It's that woman.
But you knew about it.
I couldn't do anything about it. They're blackmailing me. They have my family under the gun. They're trying to force me to keep this cover."
I kill her.
Can I insight check what she said?
Yeah.
I drive my sword through her chest.
So as she's being eviscerated, you did get the ring of truth from her.
From who?
From the halfling woman. So from what Zayla could tell, she was telling the truth.
Yep, but she still helped him.
Yep.
Well, I mean, we probably should have found out where they're holding her family hostage before we, eliminated her, maybe?
I just drop her to the ground and go back to helping the kids.
Okay.
Before you run off, Knack would like to ask him, hey, do you think if we climbed into the carriage, it would take us to wherever the kids were going?
Good idea.
What do you guys think?
We gotta find someone to take care of these kids.
Yeah, and I'm still standing guard over Margot because I need to keep a close eye on her.
Right.
Yeah.
She looks really antsy. She's still looking for the ring.
We probably need to bind her.
And whoever has the ring, she just keeps following that person with her eyes.
All right, we got to get her to a temple, and we got to get this. Find a way somehow to get to wherever this carriage was going.
How far would you say the nearest temple is from where we are? Would we know that?
Go ahead and do a religious check. Okay. So not very far. I think the nearest temple to Helm would be like within walking distance. Like 20 minutes away at the most.
Hey,
So
Kilgrave,
Yes.
what do you say me and you get in the carriage? Ride in the carriage. The rest of the team can take the children over there, and then once we figure out where the horses were going, we could come back to the temple and grab the rest of the people, and then we could move from there.
I also know the spell Locate Object, which should give us some safety room in our pursuit.
All right. Well, then you can pretty much track this ring, right? As long as I have it on me or any.
Or just you.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, you guys could swing by, drop her off, and then continue to follow us. I can leave Fang with you. He can carry a couple of you quick. In fact, if just a couple of you want to take her, Fang can probably get you there and back to us quickly.
So Kilgrave and Sergeant, I need you guys to make a perception check. So Kilgrave, you notice that the wagon is starting to move again, or trying to move, but your wolf thing or your dire wolf is blocking its path. But the horses are getting really unstable, and the Knack, you feel kind of like someone brushed past you, and you're like, "What the?" And you notice Havoc's character kind of went by you, kind of like squirmed his way through to see, like he was looking to see what was going on.
All right. Sayla, you take the girl on Fang to the temple and then catch up with us with him because he can move as fast as a horse. And we'll take the carriage to wherever it's going to go.
Does everybody agree with that?
Oh, right. Wait, is it just me?
That's all I'm saying. To move quickly to get you to the temple is you and Margot could take Fang.
Well, I'm just, in case, say, some demon or devil comes bursting out of her chest while I'm trying to transport this child, I don't know if I could handle her by myself. And she just pats Margot on the
She looks at you like, "Rrr."
Alright. So what I do is I grab I stick the ring into a pouch, and I pull out a similar looking ring with the strap on it from my collection,
Mhm.
and I hand it to Havoc and say, "Here, Havoc, you hold the ring." So I kind of do like a bait and switch with my back to her.
Okay. She watches the exchange, but strangely enough, it doesn't phase her.
Shit.
Meaning she watches everything you do, and regardless of who has it, she's got eyes on them. So that thing isn't working too well.
She's connected to this damn ring.
You guys noticed it.
All right. I'll take her on Fang to the temple. You guys get in the wagon, and I'll catch up with you.
What if I
Vermeer?
try to dispel it? Dispel the magic on the ring.
Good question.
Sure. I'm all for that.
I caution on that. It could be the only way of getting to that plane.
Let's take a vote.
All right, I'll put the vote up. So just check.
And we do check if you want to spell it, X if you don't.
Yep.
Tie break.
So there's one person who hasn't voted.
That's me. I'm trying to have a conversation with Margot before I vote.
Okay.
Since she sees all this going on, she's probably going to be a little angry.
She is. And she's like, why would you... Wait. Why would you destroy the ring?
I'm trying to keep her focus on me.
Uh-huh.
And say, Margot, you need to tell us everything, or they're going to destroy it.
Okay. So she's looking around at you guys, kind of like, damn it.
Focus.
She's trying to think. And then she kind of kneels down on the ground. And she starts coughing and feeling sick. And she says, I can't do it. I can't tell you. And she starts, like, spitting up.
So she's charmed herself, so it would be better for me to dispel the spells on her.
Yes.
Yeah, dispel her. I will, in fact, I can cast protection from evil on.
Fight it, Margot. Fight it.
They can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by evil if they're with my spell on them.
Okay.
So do you want to dispel her or cast that?
It's up to you guys what you want to do.
Is she fighting?
Oh, yeah. She's trying to kick and scream and jump up and down and everything else. She tries to bite your hand, Havoc.
Yeah, all right. I'm too quick for that.
Right, but I'm just letting you know. She's getting very bitey.
I'll hold
So-
it down.
Uh-huh.
So I'll walk up, grab my amulet, place my hand against her head, and speak in celestial, and this radiant glow just covers her body as my protection from evil spell covers her.
Can you say the little RP? Like, what do you say?
By Kelemvor's might, evil shall not touch you.
And she starts writhing in pain. And her body starts moving around, almost not even on her own accord.
Well, help me hold her down.
Yeah.
She's getting awfully
I grab her.
strong.
Yeah. Even with the spell on her?
Yeah, it seems like it's taking effect, but whatever's got her is really got her.
All right.
Hit her again.
Hit her again. Give her some juice. The rest of you are kind of mortified. Like, this is really out of the ordinary.
My only other thing would be to lay on hands, which would remove like diseases and curses.
I'll look over at the cleric and tell him to start praying.
Yeah, Vermeer would have his holy symbol out at this point and be going up to the child as well, helping to restrain her at the very least.
Okay. So you guys are trying to help her out. She's writhing around. You're holding her down. Sergeant Knack, I need you to make another will check, please, in the dice tower. You're starting to get visions of that place or whatever it was before a little bit, but now the girl calls to you in your head. And she says, "Don't let him take this ring from me. I thought I was your apprentice. Remember?"
Probably.
So she's
I
not
think
saying
Knack-
this. She's just looking at you, like staring at you in the eyes. And you can hear her speaking to you in her head, or at least what you think might be her. Kind of appealing to your vanity or your lust or whatever it is that you have as a weakness.
I'd probably walk up. Well, yeah. Knack would walk over and with the butt end of his sword, he would go lights out for her. It's time for her to go to sleep and for her to be moved.
Okay.
So he'd probably try to knock her out as nicely as possible and without hitting anybody else.
Are you guys letting this happen?
Yep.
Okay. So he goes up.
Possible? Sorry. Is it possible that, like, could I do like an Arcana or history check for this situation?
Sure.
Now, if I see him go to knock her out, I might interject.
Okay. So roll a. You don't even need to roll. You're right there. So, what do you want to say before he strikes her? You see him reaching for his pommel there.
Like, he's just looking to hit her with the back of his hilt. I mean, his sword, right?
Yes.
I'd probably hold my sword out to him, but like, not yet.
Let the magic take effect.
All right, well, I'm getting in the carriage and it's time for me to get going. Things ain't doing good around.
That's a really strange move from your buddy there.
Yeah. After you touch that ring, you need to keep your neck in your pants for a minute and let us take care.
I think it might be a good idea for Knack to go to the church as well.
So I didn't notice anything?
What you did notice is that whatever it is that's compelling her to, be one with the ring, may have something to do with blood, and also the fact that she's been exposed to it for a long time. So it may take more powerful magic to do what you guys are achieving to do. You can temporarily, possibly, relieve her for a short time, but perhaps not long enough, or maybe not even enough to save her.
I'm just trying to get her calmed down enough to put her on the mountain, take her to the.
So as you guys are trying to struggle with the young lady, and Knack is getting ready to go into the cart, our buddies from the watch show up. What is happening here?
Oh, good. Finally, you arrived. We need you to escort this child to the temple.
Temple.
Demonic possession.
Exactly.
What? He looks at you.
I didn't stutter. I pretty much said it exactly and very plainly.
Okay. Come on, guys.
Manacles.
All right. So they're getting out their gear, and they're looking at you guys suspiciously, like, what the hell? What happened to her?
Oh yeah, and bury that halfling over there.
He looks that way, sends one of the guys over. The other guy, Thanos, he says, "Where's Zayla?"
Zayla will walk out and kind of give a hand wave.
Oh.
Havoc takes his coin back.
You damn straight he's gonna. All right, so we got her. What happened here?
Apparently they're using these children, and he points to the newly found children that were in the carriage for some kind of bonding with demonic beings. We don't even know exactly what's going
on. Uh-huh. So that's what I thought.
Yeah, of course, you were right from the very beginning.
Yes. So I'm afraid that you are all going to have to disperse. We will take this young lady, but you must leave this area immediately. This is now a crime scene, and the watch is on it. He looks like he's very surprised and like happy to be able to say that for once.
I stand up and kind of walk up about 3 inches from, look down at him.
He looks at Havoc. He shakes his head. This is now officially the Lords of Waterdeep. I speak on their behalf, so anything I say goes. So I again order you to stand down, to please disperse, and we will take the child.
I look at him again through my helm for about 3 seconds. Then I say, "Great." And I clap him on the top of his shoulder really hard and go and hop in.
Hop in what?
Hop in the carriage.
Okay. Is anyone going with him?
Zayla's just going to look at Thanos and say, be really, really careful with her. She's very dangerous.
Okay. He seems really shocked, like he doesn't even know what's going on. The watch captain seems very proud. And he says, you guys have solved a great mystery. He has no clue what's going on. The other guy is kind of like nervously trying to grab Margot, who is basically squirming. Luckily, Havoc is still helping to hold her down.
My token keeps getting flipped upside down.
So at this point, Bermir's going to approach Kilgrave and maybe suggest that we all go in the wagon and he can leave Fang behind to kind of trail the guards and make sure that they get where they're supposed to do and he can catch up.
Good idea.
Okay. So
In
we're
fact-
on it.
Yeah, I'll tell Fang to make sure they get the girl, once they get the girl to safety, to catch up with me, since we have a telepathic link. And then I'm gonna actually get on top of the carriage, like where the driver person sits.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna touch the reins, but I want to sit up there where I have a clear view, so I can tell once we're getting close.
Okay. Is anyone else getting up on the carriage?
Is there a luggage rack on the back?
There
If
is.
so, that's where I would like to be.
Okay. Ladies?
Well, if there's room in the carriage, I'll go in the carriage.
Yep, there is.
Same. I think I'll go in the carriage with Felicity.
And me.
Oh, yeah,
Havoc.
and Havoc.
Yeah. Okay. So they pick up Margot, they chain her up, basically, in manacles, and they take her down the street kicking and screaming. The rest of the kids are totally in shock. They have no clue what's happening now, and they have nowhere to go.
Is anybody on the street?
Well, our boy, what's his name, stood behind.
I'm gonna tell the captain to contact my vassals or whatever, retainers,
Mm-hmm.
and have them take care of the kids until we can get a permanent solution.
All
So
right.
have them send someone to House Graves, and
I was gonna size some woman up on the street and offer like a goal for the day.
hey, that works too.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, I'll find like one or two and be like, goal for the day, another on my return. Make sure nothing happens to these and clean this place up.
All right. So they look really eager to help you. They're like poor street people that happen to be wandering by while this commotion's going on. As a matter of fact, there's
They're
a
orphanage workers.
so
Here,
like
homeless person, take care of children for $1 a day.
that's more like $10 a day to them.
Oh yeah.
Poor street women. Why are they out so late? This is their time of night.
The boy that
Oh.
told us about Margot,
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell him to keep an eye on the woman and let me know if anything untoward.
Okay. So you guys are basically all piling into the carriage, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Why don't we take a 10-minute break, and I will give all the characters a a short rest. And it's going to take the characters about an hour in game time to get to their destination. So everyone take a stretch, and we'll come back and wrap this up. So AFK.
Thank you, everybody that's watching us play D&D. That's really cool.
Very true. Is this also going to be used for YouTube?
Yep, we'll have this archived. We're gonna have to probably do a part 2 if you guys can return.
10-4.
Cool. We'll wrap it up in a final adventure, and I want to make sure everyone's back though before we say goodbye.
I think that'd be a good idea. We'll do part 2.
That's right. Part 2. There's so many possibilities in Waterdeep. I mean, there's so much role-playing potential. It's just hours and hours of, it's not like you just walk somewhere and kill something.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody not going to be able to make it if we do this next Saturday? Same time. Probably won't take as long.
Then next Saturday or Sunday? Because isn't today Sunday?
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
do Sunday.
No, we can't.
No?
I can do Saturday. I can't do Sunday.
Yeah, I can do either day.
Okay.
I'm available.
Good.
So as long as everybody can be here Saturday, we'll do it again.
Gotta check though, because I think isn't Bunny in a game on Saturday?
True. We'll
I just don't know.
I can play if we start like a bit later than we did today.
Okay.
If it's on Saturday.
Okay.
That works. Hopefully it won't run as long.
14.
Or it could, and then nobody works on Sunday.
Usually not. So that sounds like a plan. So basically, I'm going to wrap this up. You guys did a really great job. I appreciate you guys showing up. This took me a while to put this together. There's still quite a bit more to go through, but not as much as we covered today. And for all of you out there watching, thanks for showing. We're going to continue this probably next Saturday. So we got another show to do with Rob 2e. So if you guys are inclined, we're going to head over to Rob 2e's channel, and we're going to do the next episode on Saturday. So we're going to leave this as a cliffhanger. So the party has just subdued a possessed young lady. The guards have taken her to a temple. The rest of them have jumped into a carriage, which is taking them to an unknown, undisclosed location. So hopefully, we'll be able to pick up where we left off next Saturday, and we will return hopefully with the rest of the crew.
Thanks for coming and watching. Have a good day.
Happy Halloween, you guys.
Yeah, thanks.
Happy Halloweenie.
Good adventure.
Talk to you later, guys.
All right, thanks.
Later.
Bye.